News 46. Local coverage you can count on.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'd start with a moment of silence to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Waters, will you lead us in a moment of silence?
For a moment of silence this evening, I'd like us all to remember our parents who raised us and did such good things for us. So just remember our parents this evening in our moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you.
And now our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, item number 2, discussion possible decision regarding the moving the order of or deletion of agenda items. Anything from the board? Dr. Waters?
Yes, I'd like to move item 13C up for discussion.
Thank you.
We'll just bring that out for discussion when it comes to 13.
Item up to 13, I'd like it after
Let's move all of them up.
probably right after announcements.
There are some, there may be some issues with having that done so soon.
Or, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we can just leave it where it is and just discuss it at that time.
I don't have any objection to that. Any comment from the board?
Actually, I'd like to move all of the consent agenda items up to follow the announcements. We've got people here waiting to hear whether they're approved for boards, and I think it's doing them a disservice by keeping them here till midnight.
Any objection from the board to moving all the consent agenda items up to 3.5?
None? And then discuss item 13C.
And then
Yes.
discuss item C. All right, so that makes 13 is now 3.5 with C brought out for discussion. Anything else from the board? Anything from staff? Thank you. All right, moving along, we'll go right to the announcements. Ms. Hendersby.
Announcements for September 27th. Incorporation Advisory Board will meet on September 28th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. Public Lands Advisory Board will meet on October 5th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Pahrump Tourism Board will meet on October 6th at 8 a.m. in the Town Annex. And the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board will meet on October 7th at 2 p.m. in the Town Annex. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will meet on October 12th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. And in addition to the agenda as far as advisory board meetings, the Youth Advisory Board will meet on October 12th at 2:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Arena Advisory Board will meet on October 13th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. And the Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board will meet on October 13th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Office Conference Room. The Community Center Advisory Board is scheduled to meet on October 14th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Veterans Memorial Advisory Board will meet on October 20th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Pahrump Fair and Festival by Paved will take place September 29th through October 2nd at Petrick Park. The Miniature Goat Club will be having a show at Petrick Park from October 6th through October 10th. The Community Assessment Resource Team will be holding listening sessions for the general public, and they are planned for Tuesday, October 11th at 12:30 p.m. till 1:30 p.m. at the Mountain Falls restaurant and meeting room, and Wednesday, October 12th, 5:15 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. at the Prump Nugget Hotel and Casino Conference Center. After all sessions, they will hold a town meeting on Thursday, October 13th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the Nye County Commissioners' Chambers. The Breast Cancer Support Group will meet October 21st from 11 to 12:30 at the Nathan Adelson Hospice. Prompt Disability Outreach Program will be sponsoring a Pumpkin Days October 21st through October 24th at Ian Deutsch Memorial Park. Us Too Prostate Cancer Support Group will meet on October 27th in the hospital training room at 6 p.m. The Social Security Administration will be in the town annex on October 25th at 9 a.m. Desert View Hospital will be holding an autumn health fair on October 15th at the event. Southwest Medical Associates, in collaboration with the Southern Nevada Immunization and Health Coalition, will be administering flu shots to interested adults.
Thank you. Just a reminder that the 3 advisory boards that meet on the 5th, 6th, and 7th, your liaisons will be out of town. Also, I wanted to announce that the Silver Squares, which is the Desert Squares, which is a square dancing club, meets at the United Methodist Church every Thursday night at 6 o'clock. They're looking for interested people, whether you're beginners or not. Any other comments or, announcements from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin? Dr. Waters?
No.
Ms. Endersby, do you have any extra?
Nothing else, no.
Any announcements from the staff? Any announcements from the public?
Rodney Camacho, Prump Valley Youth Activities. Just a couple announcements of fundraiser events that we have coming up for the Prump Valley Youth Activities. Those that don't know yet, Prump Valley Youth Activities is a summer program that we have out here for Prump, for the kids in Prump. Similar in style to the Boys and Girls Club, but it belongs to Prump this time. Coming up in December, we have a Christmas musical in the Valley for kids ages 8 to 18. It's going to be held in the Prump Nugget December 13th and 14th, but we're going to try and change that to the weekend before. And proceeds go to the Prump Valley Youth Activities. Rehearsals will start the second week of October. And I am taking some younger kids than 8. I've had a lot of parents starting to register already, and they are wanting if their 7-year-old or 6-year-old can. But yes, I will take younger, I will take older. In fact, I had some adults that wanted to sing also. Coming up in November, the Prump Valley Youth Activities will be holding a bowl-a-thon also in the Prump Nugget on Saturday, November 19th from 3 to 6. And there's 4 ways to participate. You can sponsor a child at a minimum of 10 cents a pin, or $15 per person if you wish to bowl, $60 per 6-player team, or you could just make a simple donation. And our board meeting for the PVYAs tomorrow, we'll get it finalized and we'll get it out in the streets for people to sign up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All righty, that brings us to item 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Short. Good evening, folks. My name is Jim Dunson. Oh. Thank you. Good evening, folks. My name is Jim Dunsing. I'm a community organizer for the Sin City Militia. On October 9th, we're going to have a midnight muster. That's Sunday evening into Monday morning, October 9th into October 10th. If you love the animating conquest of freedom more than the tranquility of subjugation and servitude, join us midnight at Calvada Boulevard and 160. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other announcements. We'll move on to item 13.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items A, B, D, E, and F.
Second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hold E as well for discussion, please.
No.
I don't think you can.
Okay. The motion was made to approve those. The opportunity to pull that out for discussion should have been taken care of under item 2.
I agree. It's just a short question I have on that, that's all.
But we do have a motion and a second, so I mean, we can discuss all the items now.
Understand?
If you'd like to discuss it now, that'd be fine.
Okay, what I'd like to do is just know if that was approved by the advisory board that he's going to be joining. I didn't see anything that said that the advisory board had submitted the application. That's all.
It's my understanding that the C attached was inadvertently left off, and it's my understanding that staff emailed that to every member of the board.
That's what I was wondering, if that was the one that was emailed to us.
That is correct. They left off the portion where he had written C attached. They didn't attach the C attached.
That is correct, but it doesn't say it was approved by the advisory board. I was just hoping that
Yes, it was approved by the advisory board
That's all I needed to know.
unanimously.
That's all I needed to know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the agenda request form in the brief summary of items should be corrected. It does say see attached resignation letter. I believe that was just an inadvertent statement on there, but it's.
I believe the two that we're talking about are.
I know, this is for Mr. Patrick Michaels. You see on his, on the request form. See attached resignation letter. So that's not what we have, but I just want to get that corrected, so it's noted to be a application.
He's signing up and resigning at the
Yeah.
same time, huh?
Right.
Okay. That'll speed up the process.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment as long as we're on Mr. Michael, because I received an extensive email complaining that although he lived in Pahrump, he only rented a house. And I'd like to tell everybody that being on an advisory board doesn't mean that you have to own your own house. It simply means that you have to be a resident of Pahrump. And I wanted to clear that up as long as we're on the subject.
That was not a problem.
Mr. Chair, on the same subject, is that, you probably got the same email I did that also was
Yes.
concerned about his future employment or whatever, but looking at his resume, I felt that, and as long as he's involved, we would certainly be benefiting from that, so I don't have any problem.
Okay.
If the general manager of both Terribles isn't involved in tourism and knowledgeable on it, I don't know who would be.
Any other comments from the board? None? None? Any comments from staff? Okay, so that covered everything except for C, which we're going to discuss separately.
Correct.
And we'll take a vote on those. We have a motion to approve A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item number C, you wanted to discuss that separately. Dr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Pahrump Powwow is something that we all want and need in our community. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for us to learn more about our Native Americans, and just the powwow itself is just an outstanding event. My only concern is when I learned that it was requested that they get a business license in accordance with one of our PTOs, and at this point they do not have a business license. I just felt it was putting us in an awkward position of approving an organization that falls under our PTO but does not have a Pahrump business license. And in talking to Ms. Elefante and finding out that there's a lot of paperwork that they have to go through to get it, I would like to ask if we could hold this until the next town board meeting, because it's something that should be approved, but I don't think we should contradict ourselves by approving something that goes against our PTO.
I believe at the last meeting, Mrs. Elefante got up and explained in great detail how, because of the organization and the way that it's founded, it does not meet the requirements of any state or local statutes that require it to be licensed. Is that correct, Mrs. Elefante?
That is her opinion. However, I believe that the town manager disagrees with that. I also believe that we could take care of this tonight simply by approving it contingent upon powwow receiving a business license.
I was invited to go to Mr. Kohlbarger's at the last meeting. However, since the last meeting, I've been in the hospital and out of town, and just got back recently. We're not required by the state of Nevada to have a business license per statute in NRSs. The Department of Taxation, every year just before the powwow, they send me a form. It's a triplicate form that we use, and we have all of our vendors use. However, when I asked them to give me a taxation certificate, because that's a part of your requirements in the ordinance, they said, it's a seasonal event. We don't issue these things for a seasonal event. I begged, I pleaded, I cried. I said, please send me something. I went to the planning department, and because the powwow is in the park, it's not, we don't have a business location. It was like, how are we going to do a certificate of occupancy? No, the use of my home. Basically, I said, use my house. That's not where we meet. It's not where we have activities. It's not where we anything other than I live there. So I had to pay $10 so I could get that certificate for my house to be the business location. I went to the fire department. I said, I need a certificate of occupancy. We hold this in the park. They don't issue certificates of occupancy for the park. However, he did sign off because I would have gone over there anyway. So now, prior to the last meeting, I had been to the Department of Industrial Relations in Henderson, and they're like, no. They said, go to the top, Business of Industrial Affairs, over at the State Building, Grant Sawyer Building. I went in there, I got there at 5 to 5, and they close at 5, and the little girl's looking at the clock. I said, I won't be long, but I've got to talk to somebody. This form, they said, you got to go to Henderson. I said, I just came from there. So I got on the phone and called Henderson on Monday, and they said, well, we'll have you talk to Mike, their public information officer. I talked to Mike. Mike says, you know what? Since all of your vendors come from out of state, we need to have you talk to this other gal, and I have her name back there. She does interstate stuff, but she had, so he gave me the number. I called up there, I left a message. I get her assistant or somebody else who calls me and says, you know what, this form was designed in 2000. It was designed because some municipalities wanted to have this for their business licenses. Some municipalities. And I kept saying, where should this form go once it's completed? Well, Henderson and Las Vegas says, oh, that should be sent in to us. It's not. I know that they keep very good records here, and they have those on file. So that's another one of the forms that's like hanging out there. I wish that this town and our manager would say, nonprofits just need to register, because that form for business and industry says that I can check off I'm exempt, I don't need to carry workman's compensation. That's what that form's about. Tell me what? Anyway, so this is what I have been learning in this process of trying to get my paperwork in order. So I think we ought to be able to register. We'll pay the $5 and register. It's not the $5 that's the issue. The issue is all of this other stuff that doesn't apply. I mean, when I was at planning, it was right after I'd left the town office when I got so upset before the town board meeting. Young lady in there is a Boy Scout leader. She needs to get a business license so they can have a bake sale. This is what she's been told. So that's where I'm at. I will go into the town office and I'll sit down with Mr. Kohlbarger and I'll share what I have so far. But we're not a business. We don't have a storefront. We don't even operate out of a home like I do with my travel agency, and I have a business license.
Mr. Chairman, I think what needs to be done is that, and I'll make a motion to that effect, that we approve this contingent upon resolving the business license issue. So we're not saying that you have to get one, you'll just have to resolve it with staff. So as you said, you can take whatever documentation you have, go in there and work it out with them, and if you can't provide something, obviously you can't provide something. So, that whatever works out with staff.
I think registration for those of us that are in the nonprofit entity businesses and stuff like that, because as a 501c3, we were formed for religious, educational, and cultural purposes. That's our purpose. So,
Mr. Chair, there's a motion on the floor. I don't know that we have a second on it yet.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Call can make the motion to approve on the contingency that this be worked out with staff.
I'll second that.
I'll second it.
Any further comment from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
No.
Ms. Endersby?
I'd just like to ask staff, how many nonprofits do we have as in our business license list?
I'll get that, excuse me, Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
I'll get that information and get it back to the town board. I'll have Missy Arms look it up tomorrow and email it to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Nothing else.
Is any of this stuff being addressed in these rewriting the business license ordinance?
Actually, it is. Mrs. Elefante was at 4 of the 5 workshops. We addressed her issue on all 4 times she was there. She wanted to make sure we got it in there. And as soon as Brett and I get an opportunity, he was busy today with meeting with town board members. As soon as he gets an opportunity, we'll sit down and we'll discuss all this. And it will be in the new business license PTO 35.
Favorably towards the nonprofits, or?
That'll be up to the 5 around the table, sir.
Okay.
We'll give you our recommendations, and you can either take them or you can say no thank you and rewrite and do what we want.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, with that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving this on contention of staff and the powwow working out an agreement in the office, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Good evening, Richard Goldstein, town resident. I guess it was it last Friday? Friday before, last Friday? My grandson and I attended the meeting of the Community Center Task Force. And we were appalled. I mean, the meeting was fine. The people running the meeting were great. But we were appalled because of one of the board members. the most insulting person I have ever heard in my life. No, this is a very, I'm not, when he insults a town board member over a question that was asked. Somebody asked a question, and Mrs. Parker was going to answer the question, and he went ballistic, saying just foul mouth, just everything. And this happened twice during the meeting. It got to the point where I took my grandson and walked out because it was so bad. This is not the way a member.
Are you speaking about a town board member?
No, not a town board member.
Mr. Chair?
Advisory board member.
Can I give a point of direction? There is a process that can be followed, and if you stop in at the staff and talk to Human Relations, you can file a comment or a complaint, actually, regarding that. And there is a process within the personnel that addresses that, and it encompasses advisory board members. So if you would take a time, if you have it available, to come into the town office, they can help you with it.
But he's not an employee of the town.
It doesn't matter.
Actually,
It still addresses advisory board members.
he is, if I may, Mr.
Please.
Chairman. He is a volunteer of the town, therefore he is considered to fall under the guidelines of the Personnel Policy Procedures Manual. So if he violates it, we can take disciplinary action up to and removal from the advisory board, sir.
And in that status, that's not open for public discussion.
Exactly.
What's not open for public discussion?
Personnel issues,
If I may?
please.
If you have an issue with an advisory board member and the comments he made, the meeting was taped, you can come in.
Oh, yeah, it was taped, most
It was
definitely.
taped, you can come in and file a complaint with us, and we will investigate it, and if we find out that it was rude and obnoxious and beyond the point of grace, then we will remove the individual from the advisory board. We'll make that recommendation to the town board.
And how long does this matter take? Months, years, what?
No, a matter of a week or two, sir.
Okay, we'll see.
All right.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Maybe they didn't hear you.
Item number 5, advisory board reports. Ms. Parker.
Okay, I've got a letter to the town board from Ms. Kelly Buffy, the chairperson of Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council, in regard to the advisory board update, the denial of grant request for Pahrump Fair and Festival for the amount of $15,000. And I have been asked, why didn't you give PAVE the money? And so I would like to get in the public record, for those who don't have a copy of the backup, the operative part of the letter, which is background. After reviewing the grant submittal, the PTCC found sufficient justification under their established grant guidelines recommended to the town board denial for grant funding for the Pahrump Fair and Festival, parenthesis PAVE, for the amount of $15,000. The reasons for denial are: 1, the board has unanswered questions on the financial P&L and balance sheet regarding the organization's event funding and sustainability. 2, the board lacked definition of where marketing funds would be used. 3, the board had unanswered questions on various attraction funds, example, advertising, entertainment, and rodeo. 4, no representative was present to address PTCC concerns. And 5, the grant application was not submitted within the 120-day grant guideline requirements, so that there could be a timely and adequate review of grant financial projections and marketing requests under eligibility standards. And I would like to mention that Ms. Glidden was, until a few months ago, chair of the tourism board, and she actually helped write these rules, so it should have come as no surprise to Paige. The second topic that I would like to move on to was one that was addressed by Mr. Goldstein, and I'm going to report on this meeting. This meeting and other meetings, but this was the worst. It was dysfunctional. One action item on the whole agenda, one action item required a 3-hour meeting. There was continual shouting and talking over each other. It was monopolized by a minority of non-team players. Some members of that board are unwilling to politely compromise. In fact, they're unwilling to compromise at all. The meeting was disrespectful. It was disrespectful to guests. It was disrespectful to staff. It was disrespectful to town board members. It was disrespectful to the public, and they were disrespectful to each other. They were argumentative, confrontational, abusive, and rude. They are disbelieving. They will not believe any statement from Mr. Kohlbarger. They do not believe statements from town board members. They do not believe the written reports that we provided them, and it's gone so far that on a PDF, 2 PDF reports, the cover sheet does not say page 1 on it, so they refuse to believe that they have the first page of these reports on a PDF report. And to top it off, members of that board demand that we, the town board, provide at their Friday night meetings representatives from Pool, Pack, Belfour, and Converse so that they can grill them the way that they did to Mrs. Christensen, which was shameful. They're disinclined to stick to the agenda. The meetings bounce around all over the place. Some members spend more time demanding answers than actually discussing the agenda items. Some members basically are on a witch hunt, and there's a possible open meeting law violations because they ignore the agenda. Now, I question whether the board should continue at all. I think the mission's completed, and their mission, as written by Ms. Indersby, says to act in an advisory capacity to the Pahrump Town Board and or Pahrump Town Manager with regard to the repair and or replacement of the Bob Roode Community Center. The recommendation to repair the community center has already been made, and I have severe doubts whether this advisory board has the technical skills and the ability to work together as a team to plan and design a new community center, should the town board wish them to do so. My thoughts on this: I was embarrassed, I was saddened, I was angered over the treatment accorded to Ms. Christensen. I was discouraged at the anger, the rudeness, and total lack of civility during the entire meeting. I questioned, and I still question, what possible purpose the task force can serve as long as so many of its members openly, angrily, and loudly, I might add, refuse to believe members of the town board, the town staff, or the written reports that have been provided to them. I've since spoken to the chair of the task force, and he has assured me that he will better control the meetings. So I'm willing to give them one more chance, but I'm only willing to give them one more chance. I have been reminded that as liaison, I have the right to stop the meetings. And if they don't stay on the agenda, if I have any more of this badgering of each other or the public or me or any other town board members, if they're out of control at all, I will stop the meeting on a dime. And boy, that was a mouthful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Colgan.
I'd have to agree with Mrs. Parker. And being as this may become a personnel issue, I won't say too much on what happened, but a person shouted had a very loud and threatening tone to Mrs. Parker, and that was way out of line. And then when I suggested later on that the person apologize, the person flipped out again. So this board is not, doesn't seem to understand that they are part of a government entity and they have to follow certain rules, and they just refuse to listen. So hopefully they'll change. I'd like to thank Dr. Waters for sitting in for me last Friday. I had to go to Reno, or I should say I wanted to go to Reno, had a good time. And it was a pretty good meeting, so when it gets to you, perhaps you could share that information with us. But thank you again for taking over for me.
Ms. Endersby.
Yes, I appreciate the comments for that particular advisory board. We do have other advisory board members here, and I would like to move on to that unless there's a motion or something that we are to take action on.
It's
No, that's
it's
why
a
I'm wondering why we're...
non-action item.
But we do have the personnel policy process in place where at any time, if there is any harassment, bullying, or violence perpetrated on anyone, that does constitute a need on that person that witnesses it to file a complaint with Human Resources. So I would appreciate if this board, advisory board members, and citizens would keep that in mind and feel that they can come forward and file those complaints with Human Resources. Thank you.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say that I did sit in for Mr. Culkin on one of the advisory boards. It was the first time I sat in with them. It was the Boundary Line Advisory Board and the county, or the county line, Boundary Line Advisory Board. Very good and energetic meeting. I think they're right on track with doing what they need to do. They are not pro or con on doing anything. They are gathering information, and gathering information not only from this county, but from other counties. So looking at the process that they're taking, I thought it was just a very, very, very productive meeting. Going back to something that Ms. Parker said, I would like to talk about the other advisory board that she was mentioning. And I too, I listened to the tape of the entire meeting. I also made a call to the chairman, and I feel the same way as Ms. Parker does as far as giving the chairman another chance. If he can control the meeting, as he has assured us that he can and will, I would say that they can still do some productive work for our town. If he cannot, and I think he understands that, then we should probably disband that advisory board. They have accomplished some things already. I think they can accomplish a lot more if they would just work together. And I think the chairman, and I thank the chairman for all he's doing, and I think he can do it if he can get them under control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't know we were moving on to other advisory boards, but we do.
Yeah, this wasn't just all about one, but it turned into one. I'd
did.
like to try to make it to where just the liaison for that board speaks about that particular board so we can have a timely meeting. Please, Ms. Endersby.
Yes. On the pleasant side, I do have with us our newly elected Youth Advisory Board Chair and Vice Chair, and would like to introduce them. They had their official meeting on Wednesday, September 14th, did a wonderful job with their elections and conducting their meeting. They set a great example, and I appreciate their work and efforts. And would you like to introduce yourself?
Is it already on?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Megan Hamrick, and I'm the newly elected chair of the Youth Advisory Board. I'm the newly elected vice chair, and our secretary.
Your name is?
Oh, I'm Regan Van Ingen. Sorry. Our vice chair is me. Our recorder is Andy Sposato, but she's sick.
Sick today, so
Yeah, it's going around.
just sad. But we're really excited. We've only had one meeting so far, so there's not a whole lot to report on. But we're really excited. Our next meeting is on October 12th at 2:30 at the Town Annex.
And so, if any of the public would like to come, what are we supposed to do next meeting?
We're looking over our main project of the students' perspective of changing or help changing the school board, and we're making a presentation. So we're going to kind of go over that next meeting. Oh, and then aren't we? Oh, and we're going over our notes and stuff and like summary of the workshops and things that we did over the summer. So we'd like to invite anybody, if you guys like to come, to be there.
Thank you very much.
And their report is really to look at their perspective on education in Pahrump. It's nothing that we have jurisdiction over, but they have seen that they can take on the task of looking at their education system and taking a report to the school trustees in Nye County.
Ta-da.
Thank you.
My turn?
Yes, it is.
John Pollock, acting chair of the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report that the Department of Energy Nevada Site Office is welcoming public input to participate in environmental impact comments. Community members are invited to provide comments on the draft-wide, site-wide environmental impact statement for the Nevada National Security Site, formerly the Nevada Test Site, and off-site locations in Nevada. An official public comment period began July 29th and it runs through October 27th of this year. The draft SWEIS, as it's called, represents a thorough analysis of how current missions and potential missions of the NNSS, once again, formerly the Nevada Test Site, and off-site locations in Nevada may affect the environment over the next 10 years. The document examines potential impacts to soil, groundwater, plants, animals, and nearby communities. The current mission of the NNSS includes supporting national security and defense initiatives, disposing of low-level radioactive waste, implementing corrective actions in areas with historic contamination, and promoting research and development programs such as renewable energy. If you'd like to make a comment, you can go to the World Wide Web at nvenergy.gov/SWEIS or request information at 877-781-6105, or that information is on some pamphlets that I absconded with from a meeting we had last week. I was there, Gary Hollis was there also for Nye County. We spoke for our area here. So if you'd like to make a comment on that on the Nevada Test Site, it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a huge part of this county for many, many reasons. I also have a couple of DVDs of the EIS, site-wide EIS, and also our public library has, and reference area has information on it also, if you'd like to make comment. If nothing else, if you look at it, if you study it, you'll find out a lot about the history of the Nevada Test Site and some of the things that have happened over there, good, bad, or indifferent, depending on what stance you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other advisory board reports? Ms. Endersby?
Yes, may I, Mr. Chairman, ask that the reports from the advisory board regarding the question, if the town of Pahrump were to consider the development of an event center, community center, and or fairgrounds, where would such a center be best located? What are the pros and cons of the recommended location, and any suggestions for the utilization of such a development? That was a question that was posed to the advisory boards through action on the at a meeting on July 19th, and might have been later than that, but at any rate, it's the question and the report from the advisory board is due by the end of this month and could be reported at the October 13th meeting. So I invite the town board, the advisory boards to come and present their reports on that question on October 13th at the town board meeting.
Thank you. Any other report from advisory boards? Seeing none, we'll move along. Item number 6, discussion on the Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report. I see we changed the format. Any questions on this, Ms. Parker?
I have a question for Mr. Kobarger, if I may.
Please.
Mr. Kobarger, did you write this report?
No, ma'am.
Did you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that there's more than 24 errors in this report?
No, ma'am. Take a look at it.
This is functionally illiterate. And how can you let something this poorly written go in our backup? If this is an example of the letters that are going out, you need to be proofreading everything.
Ms. Parker, I believe that borders on the line of inflammatory speech.
I'm sorry, but
It should have been.
this, I don't care for, look at the mistakes in this thing. It's grammatically incorrect, it's poorly written. I'm not even questioning the content. I'm just saying that if this is an example of the written reports we're going to be getting in the backup, then Mr. Kobarger needs to proofread them a lot more carefully. Thank you.
Mr. Calkin?
Nothing.
Ms. Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have some questions at the last meeting, and therefore the reason for the report. And it was a report that was prepared, I believe, by Mr. Balakwe. And the questions I had really were my lack of being able to really understand the way that the previous reports have been delivered in the form of codes and short statements. And at one time we were getting narratives, and it was much more helpful. But what I had asked for is an explanation as to what let's see, let me read it. What companies are still interested, and if they've relocated elsewhere, where and why. Just more information. I don't need details on the company. I don't need details as to private disclosures that they make to our economic development, but only a cursory statement that says these are the existing companies I'm working with, the new companies I'm working with. This is why the other companies are no longer interested in Pahrump, and perhaps then we could work more unified in our efforts in overcoming some of those situations that might not be beneficial to bringing business in. So that was the purpose of requesting the report. I would like to get an understanding, a greater understanding of what was stated in the report that is in front of us for September 27th update.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
Ms. Hendersby, question number 1 and 2, those were the 2 questions you asked, correct?
Yes.
I went back and got them off the tape. I just want to make sure that I did state them correctly.
Right.
And
yes. And those are the questions I wanted answered. The outline, or the statement that came back to us in backup is not clear. I agree. I'm not concerned about the typographical or grammatical errors. I just want a better understanding than what's been presented. So Mr. Balakwe is here. He could possibly give us some clarity on what was requested.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Mr. Kobarger?
Dr. Waters, question 3 pertains to you. Did I have that correct? Is it stated correctly in there, sir?
Yes, stated correctly.
All right. I'll turn it over to Mr. Balakwe if that pleases the board.
Mr. Balakwe?
I'm here to answer any questions that you may still have, Mrs. Endersby. You said you wanted more clarification on a question. Could you be specific, and I'll be glad to elaborate on that.
Well, in the previous reports, I went through and looked at reports from June, I believe it is, June through the last one that I had, which was September 8th. And in that review of those, I came up with obviously some lack of clarity as to what the status is on the companies and really what it is that you're trying to tell us in the reports. So for instance, in the report on September 8th, there's an item E as in Edward, B as in boy, 58CO0811. Initial meeting on cooperative development and Pahrump with manufacturing company. So just to have some greater clarity as to what's happening on that one. On PFA 10CO 0711, set meeting 810 for a tour. It's just not real clear who it is, what's happening. I don't need details, but it's just not clear.
Okay.
I might be the only one.
This report is what's in the email I sent to Bill while I was traveling. Is it a report that what you get is my activity report to Mr. Kohlbarger of what took place during that 2-week period, say from one report to another? A discussion or what might be going on with the company. Often, a 2-week period may go by from the prior period, and there are no discussions, or there is nothing to report. So that's why you may see some things are on the report, say 1 month, and then not on another month, because there isn't anything. The report that I provide to Bill is to let him know what activity and what's going on. Now, what you're at the disadvantage of is that Bill gets a copy of all the emails and the correspondence that take place between myself and the company in between everything. You know, so there is more understanding for him, I mean, in the sense that what would have transpired during that meeting than it would be with you with the very abbreviated information that's provided on here. I'm going to have to guess, but there was one company there for a while to where the email exchanges were going out sometimes twice a day for almost 2 weeks. So that would be almost as big as your backup. And then the other thing is that the ball tends to move, not just in that 2-week period, but sometime within just a day's period from one thing to another. But let me go back and address the EB5. Is that the one you said? CO? Yeah, the initial meeting on the cooperative development?
Yes.
In Pahrump with a manufacturing company. What you're lacking is an EB5 is a funding mechanism that's put on by actually Homeland Security, and to where they fund to go ahead and set up either commercial sites. Typically, it's in retail, hospital, education. And what was proposed there is meeting up with a potential manufacturing company that was lacking the funding that could possibly bring them here. This company, the EB5 in this case, had already submitted their application to the, I think, the State Department, Homeland Security, and would have been an easy fit to have them expand their application into manufacturing and then find some common ground where they're looking to invest. They invest so much money in the community, which then allows them to bring so many nationals in, okay, and then they would use that money and helping get the manufacturing company going forward. So that's, and even that's an abbreviated discussion of what that means there.
Mr. Darby, if I may real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mrs. Indersby. I think what Mrs. Indersby is requesting, Al, is that when a company is no longer interested in Pahrump, state the reason why. As such, I know one company didn't come to Pahrump because we didn't have the buildings. We lacked the infrastructure. In other words, we lack the building that he was looking for. I believe it was a 50,000 square foot building.
That's correct.
We have none of those in Pahrump. So basically that, if I'm putting the wrong words in your mouth, please tell me so. But I think that's what she's requesting from now on, that when you have contact with a company, and that company goes to Henderson or Texas or Idaho, she just wants us to put down in the report that no longer dealing with due to the fact that the company got a better deal in California. There's actually a building there, lack thereof, what we are experiencing on a weekly basis.
Thank you.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes, I appreciate that. And the communication that you just stated is really what's lacking. It certainly is lacking in the report, and it's lacking in reaching the board, so that when there's questions that come forward to board members as to what's happening with economic development, and we have a report like this one, and we're trying to say, well, you know, I'm not real sure because it's all coded. It really does not benefit the board, and it doesn't benefit the transparency. Not questioning Mr. Balaque's efforts and his work, because I recognize he works hard and has contacts all the time. I'm questioning the communication process and the ability for us to understand, and therefore the public won't understand. So if that can be improved, it would be appreciated.
Mr. Darby, if I may?
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Balaque and I will meet next week. We will sit down, we'll go over the past 4 months' reports, and we will add 2 additional columns in. No longer interested, and why. And we will fill those columns out, and we will get them back to the town board. Would that suffice?
Well, that certainly would be helpful, and then to make the statements a little more explanatory, not short and repetitive.
You know, if I may, with all respect, I'm really on the edge on when I give you information in a public meeting on what can be exposed and what cannot be exposed for what's told in confidentiality. I agree with what you're looking to accomplish, Mrs. Endersby, and I understand that. So I'm not, you know, coming, but I just want to, I have to really give this some serious thought on where do I go. And with that said, during the travels, if I may, Mr. Darby, Chairman, you know, I was at the International Economic Development Conference, and I participated in several informative and educational classes and roundtables discussion. But there were 2 specific ones I'd like to bring to the board's attention. One of the roundtable classes was a workshop on the challenges and the strategies in rural communities. Actually, there was 8 of us, you know, and 2 exchanged out over about almost a 2-hour period of time. And the economic managers or directors were at those tables. And we discussed what kind of opportunities, challenges, exchanged our successes, and, you know, what goes on. And since this was right at that time, and I had the information with me, you know, I brought up the concern, or the hunger, the interest, the honest to know more. And, you know, and how do you deal with that in your community so we could find some common ground, at the same time not violating the trust, which is the most important thing to build up with that company, okay, is to get them to trust you, like you, respect you, feel confident in you, to tell you, disclose their financials or what their real problems are. Unlike when you go to the doctor's office, you know, they come in sick and they say, well, what's wrong? And they say, guess. Well, when a company comes and they want to relocate or start something, sometimes they don't know what exactly it is that they need or what's really ailing them. And I sometimes have to play that position to try to quiz and guess and have them trust to reveal what those challenges are. And those are some of the things we discussed. That's not uncommon. I find that to be very common. Sometimes they just don't feel comfortable disclosing that. So what one of the ladies did, I don't recall, I could look up from either Indiana or Virginia it was, at the table, and she was from a city. She says what they do is they liaison, she has her council, in a case, a town board liaison with their city manager, I mean, our case, the town manager, to set up an liaisonship to where they would sit down and they would exchange that information, okay, on what's going on for two reasons. And there's a downfall to this, and Mr. Kohlbarger knows this well. You know, and that is one, is that the benefit is so when that company comes, they know that, golly, you know, I've been working with them now for 3 years. And these are the challenges they overcome. And if you don't know the details that came, one of the companies we have working is a mining company. And there's 36 different government agencies. They got to do a permitting process that's running into the 32nd month. And you're thinking a company that talks about wanting to come here, are they really for real? Are they a flake? 36 months? Well, this gentleman that developed the patents, that's working in it, is not in mining. He doesn't understand that process, and he's learning and going through that process. I'll be honest, I don't know about the process, but I'm learning a lot about the permitting process in mining now. So sometimes it's a learning thing. So back to the liaisons, now they know the challenges that this person needs to overcome, and then, you know, after 30 months, 32 months, you're not saying, well, you know, Joe is a flake. It's not really going to happen. No, you know what? The real statement is that this guy is tenacious. I mean, overcoming all of these challenges and still willing to go forward to open up the facility here, you know, is something that is commendable. Well, with the liaisons, they would know some of those things in a generic sense. That's the positive side. And then the town manager, in our case, not city manager, would have that time to communicate that with you along with my assistants. The downside is the confidentiality, is being able to be, you know, maintaining the confidentiality in that subject. And that's a real concern. Because once that confidentiality is broached, you just don't breach it with that single company, but you breach it with all present and future companies. And as we all know, we tend to have a hunger in this community for sensationalizing and putting that in. I'm not insulting anybody. So that's a concern. I leave that with you because that was recommended. I don't know if it's viable. Bill could get with our counsel and see how he could maybe talk with you more specifically. So those questions. And then, as I would see it, and again, I didn't have a chance to go over this with Bill, if that works, then you have two of you that's a liaison. They know what's going on, and then they know they can't disclose anything. They know that you trust in your other board members that are moving forward with something. All righty? And when that issue comes up. The other thing, and I wanted to answer, do you need me to answer about PFA, Mrs. Endersby? Okay. The other thing is that while we were there, at the convention, and there was many other things I'd hope to share in the future, is the Development Council, Development Councilors International, released their third report on winning strategy and economic development, a view from corporate America. And this is a study. They released it at that. It was in the Wall Street Journal about that, on the states that are successful and what's going and what's not, so we know where the trends are. Mr. Kohlbarger, through myself, will provide you a link for the book. I only have two. And I'm going to mail the other one to our governor. Because I would hope by doing that he would take the time to look at it moving forward on our economic development needs in our state as well as our local community. I will provide Mr. Kohlbarger the link so you can look at it yourself, and I would be glad to open for discussions, and at the end of the month, with Mr. Kohlbarger's permission, I will provide a report or a summary on what I think we could do in our community to move forward. Ms. Parker, I'll make sure someone proofs it so it's acceptable and not distasteful to you. I apologize if that was. It was done on the fly, and that wasn't our intention at all. It was more of a quick, fast email back to Bill while he was on. And I assure you that it doesn't happen when it goes out to the general public. I appreciate you bringing that up. But that's all I have to say, Mr. Kohlbarger, Chairman. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Dr. Waters.
Yes, the question is after listening to Mr. Balakwe, is more directed to Mr. Kohlbarger. Mr. Kohlbarger, is that a possibility of having a liaison between the town manager and economic development. Maybe 2 members of the town board meet once a month and get an update, and I don't guess we have to be sworn to confidentiality. We understand confidentiality already. We do. I've worked with confidential information for many, many years. Yes, I do understand confidentiality. If we need to sign something, but the thing I'm looking at is if we could have maybe 2 town board members meet with you and Mr. Balakwy and get an update on things, we won't ask some of the questions. If we understand, I think during that meeting, we would understand those things that could be released and could not be released. And I say this very cautiously because I do understand the situation and I understand the position it would put you, Mr. Balakwy, and the town in for that confidentiality to be breached. So, but I do think it'd be something that would be beneficial to the town to have town board members informed of what's going on so we don't have to ask questions in the dark. So it was a question to Mr. Kohlbarger.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Question was directed to you, sir.
I don't speak without your permission. That's fine. However, since we are under the OML, and if you have a 2-person committee, one of you could tell the other person, another town board, and the other one could tell the other town board, who's going to notify that 5th member? Or is that 5th member just going to be hanging out there without knowledge?
Well, I was thinking more that the two town board members that would be the liaison would understand the situation, and we would only discuss things in open meeting that should be discussed. I think the 5 of us understand the open meeting law, and for those reasons, we question each other when we're talking. If I call Mr. Culkin about a particular instance, we make sure that we haven't spoken to someone else, so we don't violate open meeting law.
May I come in?
I believe
This is still directed to Mr. Kohlbarger.
legal had a comment too.
Mr. Chair, through you to Dr. Waters. But I'll defer to Bill, of course, on the practicalities of the actual meeting. But of course, it's okay that 2 board members meet with staff to discuss economic development for the town. Those board members should just keep their discussions between them only, and only town staff relaying further information to other town board members.
That's correct. Understand.
In addition, you come back to a town board meeting and discuss it. I have no problem with it. Unfortunately, we have given information in the past to the past town board, and within 5 minutes of them getting that information, it was out to the public and to the press. So, excuse me if I'm a little hesitant here. I know, I understand. So, we can try it, and if something happens, then I guess we'll cross that bridge at that time.
I really would like to try something like this. I think it would benefit the town board itself. It should benefit the town staff. I know it will benefit the town.
May I build on that, please?
Ms. Parker.
I've been on this board for 3 years, and I don't see the need for a liaison. Anytime that I've wanted to know anything about economic development, all I had to do was to ask Mr. Kohlbarger and or Mr. Balakwy, and they have always been gracious enough to explain things at length. If you want to know more about it, all you have to do is ask.
And Ms. Parker, Mr. Chairman, may I? Ms. Parker, I'm not saying that they won't answer the questions that we ask, but you don't know what you don't know until you know. If we sat in on a meeting, an economic development meeting, we would know to ask those questions. If we're not there, we don't know what to ask. I can ask questions here, and I still may be missing a lot about economic development that would be beneficial to the board and the town. That's the only reason I brought this up. I think it would be beneficial to have liaison and listen to what they have to say. A lot of the emails that Mr. Balakli is talking about, we never see, we never hear about.
Well, bear in mind the fact that if you sit in on those meetings, you're going to have the public out there saying that you're taking money under the table from the developers, and you're leaving yourself wide open to that. So I would never sit in with any developer for that reason.
Not a
and
developer.
I've seen it happen.
Not a developer.
Any
Not a
economic
developer.
development
We're talking
meeting.
about with the town manager and the economic development.
For that, you don't need a liaison. Anyone can sit in on those meetings.
Mr. Darby,
Can we regain some type of order here? Mr. Kohlberger.
You know, my advice would be the next step was go ahead and fill out an agenda request form and put it on the next agenda. No need to discuss it right now. Thank you.
Did you have a comment, Ms. Endesby?
I appreciate Mr. Balakwi's comments. I think it does broaden the conversation out and brings more clarity, so thank you for that suggestion.
Actually,
Any comment, Mr.
Actu-
Culkin?
I have one quick question.
In a minute, I just called on Harlan.
I don't have any problem knowing what's going on, so I don't know. But anyway, I would like to ask Mr. Balakli a question, mainly for the public's interest. Many a businesses come to Pahrump with the intention of setting up, and then they end up going somewhere else. Could you give us the top 3 reasons you feel that businesses end up going somewhere else instead of establishing in Pahrump?
Well, Mr. Corcoran, actually, I have 3 pages I started to write, and I'm going to do that. I plan to, I'll answer your question, but I would have preferred to have worked with Mr. Kohlberger, and we talked about that and providing it for everybody. But what I am, 3 reasons I'm going to share with you is no secret. I mean, we have limited inventory. I mean, most businesses, when they want to do, time is money, and you need to move. If you could get money, all righty? So funding's another issue. I may give you 4. Funding's another issue. And then when you're going to get it, and when it's available, you need to use your money. A business that has money has to keep it in motion, has to use it continuously. If it's sitting somewhere and not doing anything, they're losing money. They're not capitalizing properly. And the challenge here is that there is no readily available buildings that already exist that a business could come and relocate and move into. There is only one real site that's really close that's available to go into. Okay, so the first answer to the question is time, and we don't have an available inventory to do that. The second question is cost. And even though the county impact fees are comparable, okay, that the economic times have made them unbearable, all righty? I don't think they're unrealistic. They're not. I mean, one of the blessings I heard coming back is Valley Electric has decided to forego their impact fee. That was like 3 times higher than the county impact fee, all righty? And and we all should be grateful for that. So is fees, is timing to go ahead and get something readily available. And again, that's probably to site. Am I saying too much here? You know, but I wrote out, I've already started it. You know, 3 things you asked me. High-speed internet. We do not have acceptable to a lot of companies. You know what, Mrs. Endersby? It doesn't even get on the list. Because when they don't have the broadband or the speed, which everything is done, it's like, oh, you're very nice, goodbye. You know, it's like the date, I'll call you. There's never another call. So those are things, but there are more. I spoke with Mr. Kohlberger. I'll put them in a grammatically correct and order and do that and be glad to provide it to you all.
Thank you.
Ms. Parker?
Why don't you have a probability of success on there? Because I notice some things stay on there forever and then just fall off the face of the earth. So it looks as if they had a low probability of success for a long time, but they're hanging on their on the report to fill in space.
Mrs. Parker, thank you for bringing that up. Do you happen to have the last week's report with you there? You know, I mean, because I want to be able to address your question, it'd be easier. Do you have, well, that was the backup. The question you're asking me is if you get an opportunity, if not, I'd be more than glad to mail one to you, or Mr. Kohlbarger will. If you go on my coding system, the companies are coded. They're coded as a prospect or a legitimate company that's operating. And then in front of that, I have a number, okay? So I do code the companies. For example, if you look at ZDI, it's a 4P. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, that's not a high probability, okay? P is it's a prospective company, where one that we are familiar with is like Wind Sail Receptor. We talked about the manufacturing. That was a CO because it was a legitimate company that's already manufacturing, doing something, and their probability was a 9. No, that's the probability of the company's success. The company's challenge with coming here is another whole issue.
That's
you know,
probability
is
I'm interested in.
well at that time, their probability of coming here was extremely strong. You know, I mean, very strong. And again, probably I'd be glad to talk with you on that more and give you more details. And it's my assumption on where I figure the company is and how likely they're going to come forward.
No, you need to code it so we can tell what your probability of success that they will come to Trump is. Because I'm not interested in how probable it is that they're going to succeed if they're not going to succeed here.
But Mrs. Parker, something I didn't mention here is the other danger in this report, other than violation of confidentiality, okay, is someone coming in there and nicking the company. And that happens. That's standard operating procedure in economic development. People intentionally read the newspaper of other communities to hear about companies that are coming there or find something that's premature, or when they announce what they're going to do or where they're going to do, and then they go in there and they make them a better offer. You know,
Why aren't we doing that?
I would love to, and I think the county is entertaining some of that right now, and I feel very optimistic about that.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mr. Balakwe. I think we've discussed it. It would be helpful to have the definitions to your code in the report so that we can better understand what it is you are trying to tell us, if you're going to remain with this format. And, you know, we can discuss it later.
You know, I'm sorry, Ms. Enderby, I want to clarify that, Ms. Kohlberg. I give you the code, then you're giving it to all the public, then I might as well put all the company's information out to the public. So I understand what you want. We need to find some middle ground here to where we're not disclosing that confidentiality. I mean, you know, Mrs. Parker brought up Wind Sail Receptor. They're being solicited by everybody that has a phone. The only ones that are not calling them, it doesn't have a phone. So you know what that means? It's everybody that wants them. And now we're fighting that wager right now. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Balakwe, and just for the record, I did cut and paste your report into Word. My Word program is 2010. I ran the spell check, and all it came up with minor errors such as capitalization, but that was because it shifted from being a continuous line to not a continuous line. So looking at the pink highlighting over on Ms. Parker's, I do not feel that the report was that grammatically incorrect. So I appreciate your report. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And Ms. Parker, I will pay more attention in the future.
Item number 7, discussion possible decision to approve repairs to the fire department ladder truck not to exceed $35,000 capital improvement fund.
Mr. Chairman, could we start this discussion off by having Chief Lewis come up and explain the history of the truck, starting with the purchase by the town of Pahrump?
Chief Lewis.
Hi, Scott Lewis, your fire chief. The acquisition of the ladder truck actually started in approximately 2003 following the Mountain View fire, in which it was determined that an aerial device would be instrumental in protecting the community. There had been a long-standing misperception or misconception that height was the sole criteria for a ladder device or an aerial device. And it was clearly explained with the Mountain View Fire, a sprawling complex allows you to have the setback and gives you the opportunity to get the necessary roof access and trench cuts and such to have better outcomes on fires. Even though the department did a very good job with that particular fire, it was when Clark County's ladder truck eventually came in, allowed us to save the remaining portions in the rear of the building. So the goal of the town was to acquire an aerial device. We solicited the funding through PET from the county commissioners, and rather than fund the aerial device, they decided to fund 2 engines at that time. So we still had the need identified for an aerial device. And we then found a corporation that was operating that remanufactured apparatus from different departments throughout the country, really. They acquired used. We would then purchase it. It was a refurbished model that was eventually delivered here to Pahrump. And as most people know, this particular ladder device actually served in New York City, FDNY, ladder 117 out of Queens, New York. It was acquired by this company prior to our knowledge. It was in their inventory, and it allowed us the opportunity to go in and design the body style. And the crux of the material is that all the components of the ladder truck were remanufactured, and they did have warranties with them. We went through the process. We took it to the town board. There was a presentation made at least on 2 occasions by the gentleman who was the principal in the company that rebuilt the apparatus. There were bonds taken out. There were insurance coverage on the different pieces. All that was taken care of. Through a course of approximately 16 months, the truck was rebuilt. Different components utilized. The truck was delivered to Pahrump as promised. There were some delays that they experienced. It was remanufactured in Canada because the dollar actually offered a greater value at that time. And when it was just about finished, there were some delays on their parts in acquiring some of the parts, things like that. And the town actually exercised its right because of the extended delivery date. They were pursuing the insurance coverage for that. An agreement was made with the then town manager and this gentleman, and the truck was subsequently delivered to Pahrump. When it came to Pahrump, it operated as intended, but as we went through the first year or so, we found that there were a number of inherent bugs in some of the remanufacturing process. Even though it had passed all of its UL certifications for the pump operations and the aerial application and all those different tests, they were passed with flying colors. There were some inherent problems with the way that they had designed some of the equipment to operate. We took each of those piecemeal operations, we made the necessary corrections, and everything actually had been going quite well with it. We had found about 1.5 years ago that there was an issue with the way they had greased the ladder, but we had an expert come down from Salt Lake City, and he found out what the problem was, and he made all the necessary corrections on the truck, and the truck had been working very well for us over the last year or so. Recently, as you know, about 3 weeks ago, we were operating the truck and we had an engine failure. I went through all the backup material from day one where we started researching the company, and everything indicated it was a remanufactured engine. The tear down of that engine confirmed that it had been rebuilt, but as you know, in your research and review, that it wasn't done correctly. We have found that that manufacturer, going back to about 1.5 years ago again, that he was actually had filed bankruptcy and was no longer in business, much like a lot of the small companies that have been building fire apparatus. So the town had been exercising all of its options available to recoup some of the monies for some of the improper work that had been done. The engine that we are talking about this evening had a 1-year warranty, which has exceeded about 4 years ago. It expired. And as you know, through the breakdown, that it was just simply not rebuilt to the correct specifications and not rebuilt correctly, and we experienced that failure.
I'd like to ask some questions, if I may.
Please.
How many miles have you put on the truck since you've gotten it?
It's about 4,000 miles. That's not including the engine hours, of course, and the aerial hours. That would be road miles.
Would you say that if you doubled that amount of miles, that would cover the idling time and pumping time and so on?
It's really hard to say because there's different hour meters, as you know. There's engine hour meters, and then there's aerial hour meters, and then there's pump hour meters. So all those different components, including the generator, all run off the engine. So we have to accumulate them all together. But I would say in the ballpark, sir, yes.
When you purchase a truck and after everything's done in Canada, was that driven here or was it hauled here?
It was hauled here. It was delivered on a flatbed.
I'm open to, if anybody else would like to ask the chief any questions before I'd like to get into about the engine, what I think needs to be done, but some other board members might want to ask the chief some questions.
Ms. Parker?
I'll defer to Mr.
Ms. Henderson?
I'd rather have Mr. Culkin finish up his questions before we get into action.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. I don't think I have any questions at this time. I would also like Mr. Culkin to finish, but I'd also like to hear from our chairman, since he's got some expertise in this area as well.
I will make my comments after Mr. Culkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've worked on engines all my life. In fact, I rebuilt my first one when I was 14 years old. And it ran until my mom sold the car. I'm pretty familiar with this engine, and I have a bus that has a similar engine. I've been driving this kind of engine for many, many years. And basically what we're talking about here is, well, first let me, as you mentioned, the engine in that truck was cannibalized pretty bad. And Mr. Paulson would be reluctant. In fact, he would not offer a warranty should the town say to him, hey, would you put a kit in it and rebuild the engine? And I don't blame him. I wouldn't either. And so obviously that engine needed to be taken out because virtually everything that was touched on it by human hands seemed to be put on wrong, and it's amazing it probably ran as long as it did. My observations of that engine were that when the heads were off, it looked like it ran pretty lean to me, and that would explain the pistons getting hot and seizing in the liners and the one breaking and so on. And with that kind of, and there were so many things wrong with it. There's two oil pressure relief valves in the engine. They were in the wrong places. The rods, which are numbered, apparently the guy couldn't read. He put them on the wrong side of the engine. I mean, everything that could go wrong with that engine seemed to be. And so it just would be not a good idea to try to fix that engine. And if you were to even attempt to, you would have to take it out. You couldn't do an in-frame on it. You'd want to start from the most basic thing and check everything, and that would end up costing a bunch of money. So obviously the truck needs a new engine. Well, there's concern here whether it should be a rebuilt engine, or in my opinion, it should be a used engine. This engine has seen its heyday, and there's many of them out there with that are brand new from Detroit. They're out there having 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles on them. And they haven't been never disassembled since they left the factory of Detroit, and they're readily available out there from $3,000, $3,500. I can't fathom spending $25,000 for a rebuild. And keep in mind that let's say something goes wrong with it, they're not paying you to take that engine back out and send it to them to do anything. For the sake of discussion, let's say that engine ran a couple of years and it needed a kit put in it. Well, kit's around $3,000 and another $3,000 for labor. So, and spending $3,000 for the engine in the first place, I'm still into it, less than half of a rebuild. And then how it is rebuilt. It just doesn't make sense to me to spend this kind of money. I got a fire truck sitting in my front yard. It's a 1964 and it's got 32,000 miles on it. Fire trucks just don't really get that many miles. And
Point of order. I'm sorry, Mr. Culkin, but is there a question? I was waiting for a question. I thought I deferred for a question. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was, as I had said, I was going to get into about the engine, if the board members didn't have any questions of Mr. Lewis. And so I think that the town should be looking for a rebuilt engine. There's a similar ladder truck, a 3-axle ladder truck just like it on eBay as an example, and that engine can probably be had for somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000, $2,500. It's got 70,000 miles on it. That engine is good for 300,000 miles. And there's many of them that are out there with 40,000 miles, 45,000 miles. You just can't go wrong. Even if you had to rebuild it down the road, you not only put someone to work in town, but you're into it for a third of what it costs to get a rebuild. It just doesn't make any sense. I just couldn't go along with that. And keep in mind, if you buy a rebuilt, you got to pay shipping both ways. And like I said, if something goes wrong with it, you got to take it out and send it back to them. You know, just because someone rebuilds it, there's no guarantee. So that's my thoughts. I think we need to be looking at looking for, I'd like to see maybe Mr. Darby and myself and staff and Chief Lewis, that we would reach a consensus on what used engine we bought, but I think we should be looking for a used engine. Thank you.
Chief Lewis, I did have 3 questions, and for the life of me, I remember going out there and looking at it and in talking with Mr. Paulson, and it was derived that that engine had to come out through the roof of the apparatus. What was preventing it from having the front axle dropped out and being pulled out the bottom?
The pump tower, the gear tower for the pump, and the lines running for both the hydraulics for the aerial device and a number of other components that are down there. That MAC is a very tight design. And so one of the big reasons that when you're going to that, Mr. Darby, I don't know if you know, but the engine's actually out of the vehicle as we speak.
Okay.
And just as we had anticipated, the center part of the roof line actually is removable. It has been removed. The engine is actually out, crated, and ready to be sent out.
In the backup, it talks about send for Detroit Custom Remanufactured. Is that, what particular company is he talking or referring to using for the custom engine?
It's my understanding that he is choosing an engine from the same place that we purchased the one for engine 1. I don't recall the name, and unfortunately Mr. Polson is in Ely this week, so I was unable to gather that information before telling the board meeting this evening. But it's the same one, and I'm sure we have the material back in the office that I could get for you.
Okay. One of the other things that I remember Mr. Paulson making a comment on was for this amount of money, this was going to be a turnkey engine. That particular comment brings up a multitude of different visions and different people's imaginations and eyes. As far as turnkey, is that reusing the majority of our bolt-on components, such as the blower, the turbo, the existing pumps? Are we talking a long block, a short block? And there are so many different variations of long blocks and short blocks. Unfortunately, the backup doesn't provide detailed information as to exactly what a turnkey engine is, because just by going to DetroitDiesel.com, an AV92 series can be purchased right now for $15,000.
Mr. Darby, it's my understanding that the intent here is to send the existing engine out for total reman, and that it would come back, the original one, totally remanufactured, much like Mr. Culkin described earlier on, and that would, if same engine would have be the same dimensions. There was a number of things, and I wish Mr. Paulson was available because, again, I am not a diesel mechanic, and I trusted, the two of you and Mr. Paulson to give me that technical information. I'm going to try my best. For example, things such as the power steering is a gear-driven power steering that's already built into the engine. So rather than to bolt those items on afterwards, all that would already be done, and it would be a matter of just reinstalling the engine using the same configuration that's on the existing engine. So in other words, we wouldn't have to buy an engine or use one and then rebolt on everything and try and make it fit back on to this configuration. That was felt to be the most prudent approach to this and the most cost-effective, because even if we buy the engine cheaper, there's a very good possibility by all these bolt-ons will be incurring additional labor hours.
So basically what it is,
excuse me,
this amount of money is for everything to be already completely bolted on, turnkey, ready to fit this particular application.
Yes, sir, that is what Mr. Paulson's intent is.
Mr. Chairman, those amenities that you're mentioning are no big deal. On the back of the engine, the air compressor, if you have a power steering pump and all that, they just bolt right on the back. As you said, they're gear driven, and they just slide in a hole. So, the labor is insignificant.
There is additional items, though, Mr. Culkin, that work the aerial device that are mounted on that for, and again, please pardon my ignorance on some of it, but it's idle controls and the different issues that allow the engine both to pump and operate the aerial device at the same time. So there's additional things other than the basic mechanics such as a power steering and such.
No, I understand that, but what the difference would be whether the rebuilder reinstalls those things or Mr. Paulson does. But either way, we're paying for the labor, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but yes, I agree with that. Other than that, I think the intent was just to have it brought back on a crate, and then it's basically hoisted back in the apparatus, reattached, and then you're ready to go, rather than having the additional time one way or the other.
I'm just looking at saving $20,000 or more. I know that if we buy the right used engine, that we're not going to touch it anymore. Because this, like the one I mentioned, that truck, I'm getting the feeling, after doing some research and stuff, that a lot of the fire trucks are not made that well. As an example of one engine that I mentioned, that truck has 70,000 miles on it, and the reason why they're parting the truck out is because the suspension and everything's all falling apart. And we see that many fire engines and fire fighting equipment, it seems to get sold at low mileage, and I'm beginning to feel it's because everything else is falling apart around it, and municipalities like ours that are trying to find something a little cheaper end up buying them, and then we end up with this lemon that we're constantly sinking money into. And I just can't justify spending a lot more money when I can get a brand new engine from Detroit, like I said, with just 30,000, 40,000 miles for readily available for about $3,500. So I just can't justify going out and spending way more money than that. It doesn't make sense to me.
In theory, I agree with you, but I will give you a good example. The 6V engine that we had in Engine 1, when we acquired it, had 19,000 miles on it. Anyone would have thought that was a great engine based on the mileage alone. But it had its issues as soon as, within a year and a half after we had it on the road here, it failed us. And so, and there's a lot of things to consider other than, 19,000, and everybody would have thought, wow, that's a perfect buy for us. And mechanically sound, but it had its inherent issues, and it did not survive in this environment. And so
that goes to, you're absolutely right. If you buy something from a different locality, the radiator wasn't big enough, and on those two-cycle engines, you've addressed those issues, and you've put things on there so we won't have heating problems. But that's what happened. If somebody drove that truck, and when it started overheating, they kept on driving it, and you can't blame the engine.
No, that was the second time.
Malfunction, that's the problem.
That was the second time, sir.
I believe in the first time it happened as well. I've driven too many of these things. And like the water spray system you put on, I've gone up hills, and when my engine starts getting warm and the light comes on, I flip the switch and it cools off. But some people just keep on driving. And if you lug those engines, they burn up. They're a little different. And the newer electronic ones, of course, have a lot of fail-safes if someone does something wrong. But on these engines, they do not. And operating that thing is very important that they pay attention. And so it wasn't because of something wrong with that engine. It was an operator problem. And like I said, so again, so should we spend $25,000 for an engine and then we blow that one up too? Because that's what happened last time. We put a new engine in a truck, and then someone drove it, wasn't paying attention, and blew that engine up. And it wasn't because it was rebuilt wrong. It was because it was an operator malfunction. And so I don't want to make a big investment. I know that if we buy a used engine, then a good one, then we saved a lot of money, and that truck will be reliable. But that's just my opinion based on 50 years or more of working on engines or anything, And a lot of people say they do this and do that, but I have my own boring bars, valve grinders, everything. I rebuild my own engines. Like the one in my truck I drove around here for years. I rebuilt that, bored the cylinders and everything. I have all that stuff myself. So I'm not just talking about something that I think I know about. I do know about. And in this case, before I make a motion, I'd like to let the other board members talk. But that's just how I feel about it. Thank you.
We need a motion for discussion.
Well, we've had discussion already.
All right, then I'll make a motion that...
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. We have a one-sided discussion. If we're going to have open discussion, we should allow all board members to have open discussion. If we're going to have discussion under a motion, then the motion should be made and then board member discussion. It shouldn't be discussion, motion, and then the other board members can have discussion. So point of order, if we can at least have a ruling that discussion will follow a motion or discussion before a motion.
If you'd like to have discussion now, please do. Ms. Hendersby.
Thank you. Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Culkin. I understand that Mr. Culkin had some input. I deferred to that input, but I did have some information that I wanted to seek also. What I'd like to find out is, I realize, because I was driving in a motorhome for 7 years, so I know how these diesels do operate, and it is difficult sometimes when you have a failure. But it seems to me that the engine failure has now been almost decided as to who's going to do it, and a possible only one bid to do it rather than an RFP for other bids. So I'm questioning the process and procedure here. I know there was an emergency. I know that might have taken precedence over process, but was there consideration for process for RFP and requesting bids?
Yes, we had it. Well, yes and no to answer your question. The truck broke down on the side of the road, and it needed to be towed to a facility where it could be determined what was wrong with it. And so Paulson's is our contracted repairer for such engine issues, and a lot of other different types of repairs, our heavy equipment. And so it was towed directly into that facility, and within minutes he was already tearing it apart to see exactly what had happened and to see what the extent was. Because as we know, an emergency vehicle can't have a significant downtime, especially when it's a sole type resource. And so to determine exactly what the extent and the scope of this particular problem or this failure was, and whether to determine or not it was at the hands of our operator, which it was clearly determined it was not. And the fail-safes that we had put into the system to keep it cool worked. So all the things, so if there's anything positive, those steps we took worked. But in this case, upon tearing it down and involving both Mr. Colkin and Mr. Darby and a couple other experts that were brought in to review it, it was then determined to take this route. The biggest challenge, I will tell you, is moving it. As both of them know, they were there, you can't put it on the back of a flatbed the way it was. There was actually nobody that really wanted to come out and touch it because of its weight issue and the cost that would be associated with it. So moving it from one location, let's say we had an RP and someone in Vegas was chosen by the board, you'd have to incur an astronomical bill, and logistically to get it there would be near impossible. The method in which we had to move it from its location where it broke down to Pahrump was a challenge. And it took just about every bit of resource we had, and even then there was question as to whether we were still doing it the correct way. But it was safe, it was transported without incident, and it was put into a facility then to where we do all of our work. And that's where we were with the project.
Oh, that's good clarity. I didn't understand it. Mr. Paulson is the go-to person anyway.
Yes.
For any of the repairs.
Yes.
Okay, so you have a history with him. You feel comfortable with his work. You feel comfortable with the quote that he gave you and the work that he's going to produce from whatever the final cost is.
Several years ago, the town went out to RFP for that kind of mechanical work. And Mr. Paulson was a successful contractor for that. So this is an established contract with this gentleman at a very low labor rate. And he has been outstanding in performance for the town. They have opened their shop when necessary for emergencies. They come out to our facilities if we have an immediate issue. They have done whatever they needed to do to make sure we are up and running, and we are their primary reason for if they have a motorhome sitting there and we have a problem with our engine gets the priority. And so they have been just a very good, very friendly business. They're located here in town. They've been here forever, and I just speaking very highly of Mr. Paulson and his group, he knows these players. He knows Mr. Darby, he knows Mr. Colkin. He knows a lot of the people in the audience here. And he has great contacts and great resources, especially for Detroit engines, because that was his specialty.
Well, thank you. I also would like to say that having had a diesel motorhome, I also understand what happens when there's repairs that need to be done. And the normal process was that a group of men would sit around and start talking about what it is that needs to be done, and they would spend many hours doing that, and then they'd call an expert in to do the repairs. So I go along with calling in an expert, get the repairs done, get it back online. We never know when it's going to be needed, and we are already having difficulty with other vehicles. So certainly we need all the vehicles in place that we can get going and quickly.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
After listening to Ms. Endersby, I decided I'm not going to say anything else. Thank you.
Ms. Parker?
I have a email here from Mr. Bent, who is looking at another TAC, and it was my intention to read it, but last time I looked, he was here, and he can speak for himself during public comment, but I did want to mention the fact that we did get the email.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion, and my motion, I'm going to make it in a manner that I want to explain first. So I've seen, as an example on eBay, a brand-new engine in a crate that someone bought and never used for $5,000. So I'm going to make a motion that myself, Mr. Darby, Chief Lewis, and staff work together to find a replacement engine. So that means it could be rebuilt or new, whatever we find good. And the cap would be $20,000. Mr. Paulson told me that his labor would be about $7,000, so that leaves us $13,000 to find a replacement engine. And I've seen rebuilt ones for $12,500 on eBay, no problem. So that doesn't specifically say we got to buy a used one, but it's keeping the money down a little bit and making us a little more concerned about how much we spend, and collectively we'll make a decision.
I'll second.
Takes me a minute to write this out.
He talks
I don't
too
do
fast.
shorthand.
I can say it over again if you like.
Well, you just want to, yourself and I and staff to work together to find a replacement engine.
Chief Lewis.
And Chief Lewis. Well, he's staff.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure he's included.
To find a replacement engine not to exceed 20,000?
Yes. And that's for the whole job, of course.
Including labor.
Yes, because Mr. Paulson told me about 7,000 or so would be the labor.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Dr. Waters.
The way the motion is worded, it's very difficult to say no to that. I thought it was worded very well, and I think I can support that.
Ms. Ennisby.
Well, I do have another question, Chief Lewis. I would imagine you put in not to exceed 35,000 because you consulted with the experts who said that is a maximum and you might use less. Is that correct?
Yes, and the consideration too is the time frame we're on right now in locating an engine and getting all this done. It worries me. Every day that we don't have that truck in place worries me. It's a heck of a liability. I understand what Mr. Colkin is saying, I truly do. But I want to make sure that if we have somebody 75 feet in the air, or we're pumping a fire, we're in a rescue assignment like we were just the week before, rescuing a man who's unconscious, unresponsive, hanging upside down from a tree, and that ladder was the only way to safely get him down, that we don't have a failure. And it was a rude awakening for me to have this failure just 1 week later, and that's what I want to ensure. I appreciate the used engine concept, I truly do. It just worries me when we go that route, when we're putting something in that we truly don't know what we're putting in. I understand, I really do, but it just worries me. It's going to be nagging in the back of my mind, is this the day we're going to have a similar failure?
Now, Mr. Chairman, we will know what we're putting in. As an example, should we locate an engine, we could have a Detroit specialist in that area go check out that engine and tell us what he thinks. You know, we're not just going to go buy something and, you know, throw it in there.
Wouldn't that be an additional cost?
Well, it would be included in the $20,000. I'd imagine some guy to go out there and check it out wouldn't be, you know, a couple, few $100 bucks.
I made this comment when I was with Chief Lewis and when I was out there the second time inspecting it, that in order for me to feel comfortable enough to sleep at night and think that we're not sending out a motor that at any time could wind up alongside the road, I prefer one rebuilt from the manufacturer. I know a warranty doesn't guarantee anybody's going to be saved, that they're not going to die tomorrow, or that still it's, you know, to me, we're talking about the lives of our citizens, and to me, you can't really put a price tag on the citizens' lives. That's all I can say.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to ask Mr. Culkin if he would modify his his motion to read not later than 35,000, since that's what we have. And since we have the right people looking at it, and they're going to discuss it, and they're going to come to a consensus, if we're still looking at a price that's right around 20,000, then we still save the money. But if not, then we've made a motion that will still allow us to take care of what we need to take care of. Again, we're working on consensus here, and regardless whether we say not to exceed 35 or 100,000, if we can get it for 20,000, that's what we're going to do. So I'd like to see Mr. Culkin leave that at 35,000 in his motion so that we can proceed. And again, we're talking about the lives of our citizens. And that's, again, we can't put a dollar limit on that.
I appreciate your concern, but I've been around these engines too long. In fact, the town of Pahrump has had an extraordinary failure rate compared to anything I've ever seen in all the years I've been messing with these engines. I mean, like I said, it's operator malfunction.
But Mr. Culkin, again, we won't spend the money if not needed. It's better to need it or have it and not need it than need it and not have it, and we have to bring it back to the town board again.
You know, there's something funny about caps. People seem to somehow get right to the cap. I'll tell you what, I'll
Go to 30.
I'll go to, I'm trying to make sure that we don't spend any more money than we have to.
You're going to be there.
I don't want to go to 35. That's just, you know, you don't realize this.
Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close board member comment and open this up to public comment. We have a motion.
Hi, Kenny Bent. Just to qualify myself here, I spent probably when I first got fascinated with the world of work and doing stuff, it was building engines, and I ended up working about 5 years consecutively rebuilding engines in a shop that's exactly what we did. It was remanufactured. The machining process, and of course the installations too. We did not rebuild starters, alternators, taillights, anything. It was specifically geared to remanufacturing engines. So at that point, when you're very specific in what you're doing, of course, you can turn these out a lot cheaper than somebody that doesn't do it very often. My concern here initially was just looking at the 35,000. I was looking because I know these can be acquired all day long for about 10,000. That's a rebuilt, pretty much what you'd say complete motor. However, all the peripherals are always bolt-on after the fact. If you want a new starter, alternator, blower, turbo, that's additional to the basic actual motor, and that's pretty well understood in the industry. My concern here was seeing this bid or quote from Mr. Paulson for $30,000, and it's not specific on anything that's that comes with that. So that was basically my concern when I got involved with that, because I don't see that. And as far as the R&R, I'm not disputing his workmanship or anything whatsoever. We're just the pricing on this is that possibly not looking in the right directions. I was in this industry for years, and I just took a few minutes when I looked at this just to come up with a couple numbers to work with. This 8V92 series is extremely common, not just in over-the-road trucks. This was huge in the industrial and marine market too. There's lots of these around. They were mass-produced, and when it came to aftermarket parts on these and the 71 series and a lot of the other ones, they're like a small block Chevy. Everybody in the world and their brother got in on making aftermarket parts for them. But all that being said, irregardless, I love it when Harley and I absolutely agree on something. There are lots of these motors out there. These came originally from Detroit. This may be a dispute. I know some of these had a 500,000-mile warranty on them originally from Detroit. Maybe the Silver Series didn't, or the turboed, but they were at least 300,000. What happens? I've moved from that into the equipment business years back, and always the thing that gets me more than anything is the sun and the heat eating seals, rubber, batteries, tires. That's what goes away from lack of use or setting The actual metal parts, if you've got 40, 50, 80,000 miles on the motor, and you go through, you look at it, you replace those things. There's certain things you always do. Replace the crank seals on it, because it's easier to do it then. These engines, there's no mystery to them at all. You can tell a good running motor if you do a few things. A compression check. If it's not running, you can pull the pan, you can plastic gauge the bearings, you can have a real good feel about what that unit is before you ever walk away with it, if you do the work.
I understand how passionate you are, but we do have a 3-minute time.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Frank Carboni, citizen. I guess I agree with Harley. There's a few things that I would think about. This engine is going to be torn down. Obviously, it's been not put together properly. It's going to go to a tank. It's going to get cleaned, and it's going to get Magnaflux. And you have no idea if this engine is still any good based on all the things that I've been hearing. It sounds like it went through some rough times. So you could be sending this thing off to somebody to go rebuild. They're going to hot tank it, Magnaflux it, and come back and say, guess what? This block's no good any longer. So I kind of agree with Harley. Let's go get an engine that's been used.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens, Pahrump citizen taxpayer. I don't agree with Harley. I've had a lot of problems with these backyard mechanics. I think we should listen to the chief and go along with what he says. He's the man, as far as I'm concerned. My life is in danger, and you start fooling around with some backyard mechanic or some second-hand stuff, and I die, that would be terrible. I know a lot of people would like to see me die around here, but this is common sense. Jesus, the man needs a new engine, get him a new engine. They think nothing about going out here and paying $156,000. Some guy sealed from us over here, got some junky part they're trying to build. That's terrible. That's what I call a catastrophe there. I didn't come to this thing to make any friends either. I go along with the chief. The chief is a good chief. He's a pleasant man, and that's something that's very not too often you see around here with some of these hard-nosed people. And he knows what he's stuff. He knows his stuff. There's no question in my mind there. He got a good, he's a smart man, and I would urge the council to go along with the chief, whatever he says. We need this stuff here. After all, it's me, my life. Backyard mechanics, my God, I've had more trouble with them people. Left me stranded a couple times. I got one of them on a boat. I had a boat, 26-foot monk up in Washington there. Left me stranded out in the middle of the bay there. So go along with what the chief says. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just so he knows, my shop's in the front yard.
Say what?
My shop's in the front yard.
I can't hear you, Hardy. I'm sorry. What did you say?
He's a front yard mechanic, not a backyard.
Front yard mechanic. Well, an amateur mechanic. I know you're a professional in your job. I know that. Probably a good one. I heard some bad things.
Thank you, Dave.
Rhonda Van Winkle, citizen. In the matter of time and the urgency for the repair replacement, I just wanted to suggest that maybe the motion, if you guys decide to go forward with it, would have a time limit of maybe a week for the urgency of the matter. And that's the only thing I wanted to suggest.
Thank you.
Sam Jones, citizen, Pahrump, 22 years. I think the best way to go here, and I'm familiar with engines myself, is a factory rebuilt or a used engine. Either way. I mean, factory rebuilt, you're going to have a warranty on. But there again, an engine, we've checked all over. If you get on the internet, and I'm not much of a computer geek, but I can push buttons and I can read, and obviously they're $10,000 for a brand-new factory engine from Detroit. So my problem is, in the backup, there's no breakdown. They're saying, give me $30,000, I want to go put an engine in. I got an old car, okay? It's a diesel. It's a Mercedes. It's 31 years old. That's like somebody telling me, give me $30,000, I'll put an engine in your Mercedes. Not unless you give me a breakdown of what you're going to do to that engine. So all I'm saying is, yes, we do need a new engine for it. And if they quit driving them to their union meetings and stuff and to the grocery stores, they last a lot longer. But I agree that we do need a new engine. It needs put in there as soon as possible. But I would feel better that they have a breakdown, an itemized list of what they're going to do to that engine. Otherwise, you're giving them a blank credit card. Anytime you say 30 grand, and I understand you're saying, well, they might not use that much. But who knows that? If there's an itemized list of what they're going to do, it's $5 for this, $100 for that, $10 for this, then you know exactly what it's costing for that engine. That's all I can say is, let's get them an engine, but keep the costs down.
Thank you.
Will Bond, citizen of Pahrump. We might be looking at this thing prematurely. The $30,000 might not be for the total engine. Maybe he did a complete survey on the things that needed to be replaced and added those up. And another point we need to keep in mind also is if we go out and do our wheeling and dealing on the internet and buy a used engine, will Mr. Paulson's prices to install that engine be the same as if he did all the negotiations on the work? So what I'm saying is, did he present this as a package deal or is it a piecemeal type deal? So that's another thing we need to be aware of. And I agree that we need to put an engine in that unit that has some type of a warranty. You know, granted, a used engine's only 19,000 miles. Who knows the history of that engine? What was the maintenance on the engine? And if you get a engineer from Detroit to come out and look at that engine, yeah, he can give you a good report on it, but it still has no warranty on it. So I think we need to look very seriously at the $30,000 because this is a complete package. If we go out and buy a used engine, then we just start adding to the bill from there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Errett.
There you go.
Janet Errett, citizen. Now, from what I understand, this is not to rebuild the engine that we currently have, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the one that we currently have, we're just going to scrap. We aren't going to bother messing with it, magnafluxing, all that garbage, right?
That's correct. It's basically
just getting another engine for 35 grand and having it installed. Well, I do tend to agree with Harley in that the $35,000 amount will probably be used almost to the fullest extent that they can. I really can't see giving them just license to just spend that amount of money when obviously there are better deals out there, and we have the knowledge on the town board. We voted it in. You know, there's a reason we voted you people up there. It's so that you can oversee the financial resources that we have and make sure that they're used to the best ability possible. And I believe with Mr. Culkin, the town manager, the fellow that you're talking about currently having installed the engine, between them and the chief, they should be able to come up with something within a reasonable time period that would be satisfactory to all of them, and get that installed. And then we can be sure that our money was used wisely rather than just give them a $35,000 ticket to just go and do what they want. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Don Cox. I got to agree with Harley on this one. I've got a motor home. I got a cat engine in it. It's guaranteed for life. And if you're going to get a diesel engine for that dear truck out there, it's going to be a true diesel. If it's only got 30,000 to 40,000 miles on it, it's going to have a warranty. They're guaranteed 200,000, 300,000 miles. But my cat engine's lifetime warranty as long as I keep it maintained. You're right, Harley. $35,000 is a lot of money. My son just had one put in his diesel about 3 years ago. I think it was $4,000 or $5,000. No, it was $8,000 he had to put it in. They did everything. They put everything in that diesel. Brand new motor. So $35,000, as far as I'm concerned, is way off. You know, it's getting a little bit ridiculous, too, to keep hearing, we blew an engine up. This is too. Who's doing something wrong here? You're right, Harley. Somebody drove that truck, and they drove it hot, and they didn't let off. So I'm backing Harley on this one. This $35,000 is too much money to be just given to anybody to do with whatever they want. And I heard somebody get up here and say they needed a breakdown on it. They're right. But you need a breakdown with somebody else to go over that breakdown, because something don't sound right here. $35,000 is a lot of money. That's a fire truck with a diesel engine in it. My motorhome's got a diesel engine in it. His has got diesel engines in it. Yours has got a diesel engine in it. $35,000? No. Something's wrong. Thank you.
Well, you did mention my pickup. It just cost me $800 to replace one injector. And I did the work. I can't imagine going to the shop and paying $65 an hour to have them replace that one injector. All right, we do have a motion and a second on the table.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to change my motion, and I would like to do so based on the element of time that we have a concern. So I'm going to change the $20,000 to $25,000. As I stated, Mr. Paulson said that it'd be $7,000 labor. So that's $18,000 to buy an engine. Stockton Diesel, as an example, has one right now, rebuilt. That's the blower, turbo, everything, 12.5, and if you wanted to save a few bucks, they even had one for 10. If we can't find a rebuilt engine for $17,000, call it $16,000, but Mr. Paulson charges $8,000. There's something seriously wrong here, because that's my main objective here is $35,000. I don't know who come up with this figure, but it's way too much money, because we can get a rebuilt, even if we go that route. With $25,000 as our cap, we can easily get a rebuilt with a warranty if that's what we collectively decide. So I just want to change my motion to that.
I'll withdraw my second and second this then.
Okay, so the motion's been withdrawn and resubmitted for Mr. Halkin, myself, and staff to find.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Culkin keeps quoting $35,000. The price is quoted in the backup is $30,000.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at a figure that says 35. I know I need some new glasses, but mine says 35,000.
Well, then if you go into the backup, it does say 30.
Okay. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm talking 25. So, 25,000 could even get a readily available rebuild with the warranty, if that's the way you want to go.
The point of order is duly noted. The motion is for Mr. Culkin, myself, and staff to find a replacement engine not to exceed $25,000 to include labor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Lewis, it says in the backup that would be 6 weeks at the maximum, right? So we have a time frame.
Well, that was for the remanufactured engine.
So the time frame was not stipulated in the motion.
Right.
Item number 8, discussion regarding the financial year 12 general town manager budget management recommendations. Mr. Kohlberger.
What we did here is Mr. Sullivan and I put together a little memo. Basically, Mr. Sullivan put it together, actually. Just outlines where we're going with the budget. We had a deficit, basically $740,000. We told you we'd bring back some stuff to you in August as to how we were going to bring narrow down that $740,000. We're doing pending vacations and conferences. We moved it off to September. We have a list of what we have done and what we're going to be doing to narrow that gap. And, it's all in the memo. Would you like me to read that, or would you just like me to answer questions from the town board, Mr. Darby?
It's the pleasure of the board. Read it. Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
No.
Ms. Ennisby?
No, I do have some questions, though.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah.
Okay, you're spared having to read it, thank you. So we'll open this up to questions. Ms. Parker?
I don't have a question, I understand it, but I do have a comment. I would pass along the fact that the town is watching their finances very carefully. Mr. Sullivan has an eagle eye, and I was told by a couple of members of the staff in the office that watching the pennies has come down to the point where they were told not to spend so much money on office supplies. So we're even watching the money we spend on pens, pencils, and paper.
And Mr. Calkin? No. Ms. Ennisby?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I got clarification from staff, Mr. Kobarger, if I may. The question has to do with our last budget hearing, and at that time it was my understanding that we were going to hold another budget hearing to finalize the budget after we received the final results from the legislative session. And I realize this is the result of that, but what happened with the public hearing that was to be held in August? Mr. Kobarger.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
As I stated previously, vacation and conferences cut into August, so we moved it to September. We put it in here to lay it out to everybody. Holding a public hearing just to go over the little items that we're discussing, thought was overkill, actually. I thought we could do it right now in a town board meeting and do it simple and sweet and still get it out to the public. It takes approximately 15 to 20 minutes to answer any questions and to lay out this information and to put that into a public hearing and to get everybody to come to that at a special meeting, again, overkill. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I realize that there is an outline here, but my concern is that in the Pahrump Town Board policy, it does say that the town board shall oversee the town budget with the assistance of the town manager and town financial director, and shall draft the annual budget with the staff and consultants. So with that, it seems that the process should be broadened out, especially since there's going to be some capital outlay changes, and those capital outlay changes will be impacting those departments. I'm looking specifically at the Fire and Rescue Service capital outlay reduction of $65,000. We're already addressing costs going out, so I don't know that the public that could come to a public hearing would be advised adequately of some of the changes that you're proposing and be able to have the input that they might want to have if we don't have a public hearing. So I know you might consider it overkill, but actually it is more transparent and certainly an ability to get more comment when it is noticed and the public is made more aware of what the changes will be.
Mr. Kohlbarger.
Again, my only response to that is that it's out here. It's public now. We advise you that we bring back the cuts that the town manager and staff recommended. These are the cuts that we've recommended, and we are going to follow through. You trust us to make sure that the budget is done appropriately and properly, and that we are fiscally responsible to the citizens and to this board, and I feel that we're doing that. We are watching every penny we spend. We have made tough cuts. We've got concessions from the union. Staff went up without raises. Now it's for third straight year in a row. We've done everything we can to turn in a solid, strong budget, and I don't know how much more public we can get with it than by putting it on a town board agenda. And you guys can overrule me at any time.
Mr. Chair, just one last comment. It's certainly, I understand the staff's diligence in performing their efforts. I just want to make sure that the town board has an opportunity to perform their due diligence, and I also want to make sure that the citizens of the town have the ability to also give their input on a broad enough basis that they understand why there were property tax projections and increases, and why the budget was formulated the way it was, and everybody completely understands that. I think perception is very important, and certainly image of what is being done is kept in the forefront of what we're attempting to do, which is be as transparent as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Kohlberger?
Duly noted, thank you.
Dr. Waters?
No comments, no questions.
Thank you. Ms.
Please.
Parker?
Yes, I think that although this is a non-action item, I do think, in view of Ms. Endersey's comments, that she's concerned that the public doesn't have a say, that we do allow public comment on this item. I don't feel that a separate hearing is necessary, but I do request the chair to allow public comment on it, should anyone be so inclined.
I was actually going to suggest that if Ms. Endersby felt strong enough to have workshops, that she create an agenda item and place that as an item on the next town board meeting. But I will put it before the board. If it's the pleasure of the board to have public comment on this, Mr. Culkin?
It's fine with me.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Waters?
That's fine. Thank you.
Very well. We'll allow public comment. Seeing none, we'll move.
Dave Stevens, I'm glad I can talk about something here for a change. They need to stop raising these taxes here like they did on us and run all over in 2 days and get some deal on that, I call it that monkey farm, theme park thing there. That's what I'm against. And the town manager, he spends too much money anyway. $5,000 to go back there and go to some beauty school or something back there, I don't know. Anyway, that's about all I got to say on that. I got a lot to say, but I better shut up before I get in trouble here.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Dean Brooks, Pahrump citizen. This is not about the budget, but I missed public comment a while ago, so I'll just make this very quick.
It has to be about the budget.
Okay. Thank you, Mike, for the letter. I'm going to have it framed.
All right, item number 9, discussion possible decision to approve funding the Pahrump Fall Fair and Festival Parade traffic control and not to exceed $10,000 from the Fall Festival Fund. I put this item on the agenda after I received word that the parade was going to be canceled due to funding. The request I am making is for the town to accept the invoices for traffic control and the Sheriff's Department, and for the town to pay those invoices directly.
May I speak, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Paula Glidden, co-chair, or whatever, of the Pahrump Fair and Festival. I brought the additional information Mr. Kohlbarger requested, so I'll just pass that in now. Well, there are tax returns, and they are the current financial status of us right now. I don't have any auditing right now. We can get that to you. It's a little rough day today. Not everybody was available, and I couldn't get all the paperwork you desired.
Town Board, I sent out an email earlier. Got a response back from most of you that request this information. I did request it, so I do have it, so we accept it. There are no copies for everybody else.
Right, I just ran to the office and grabbed it, quite honestly.
So let the Town Board.
I would like to see you accept it, go through it, and disseminate it amongst the board so we can have it for ourselves so we can be briefed on it.
Sounds good, sir.
Is that the pleasure of the board?
No, I have a real problem with that. We should have had this before this meeting tonight. And how do you expect us to make a decision on financials that we can't even see? So yes, I have a problem with it.
Okay. Mr. Calkin.
Doesn't matter to me.
Ms. Hendersby.
I'll defer to the chair.
Dr. Waters.
I think we should accept it and move on because there are many other things we need to discuss about this agenda item anyway.
Thank you. So that carried 4-1 to accept it, and you disseminate it to the board. So basically, what I've got is an invoice from traffic control, which is the...
Mr. Chair, may I make one more comment before you go further? I hate to keep interrupting, but I just want to be clear. We're only asking for the $3,600 for the sheriff's fee. The traffic control was already, we already had that in our budget. That was never consideration on our part. We were just asked to provide that, which we did. So we're only asking for the $3,600, up to. That was a bill we only received a couple weeks ago, well, by phone. And then we received the final, it's in the backup, I believe, from Captain Becht.
Yes.
Just
yes,
came to us
is.
about a week ago.
All right, well, that changes things a little, actually quite a bit. So all I'm asking for to be able for us to have our parade is for the town board to go ahead to ask for the receipt from the Sheriff's Department and pay that directly to the Sheriff's Department in an amount not to exceed $36,000, but
$3,600.
$3,600. As chair, I cannot make that motion, but that is what I am requesting a board member to do.
Mr. Chair, before a motion is made, can I give a clarification with your permission?
Sure.
Did you, Mrs. Glidden, talk with the county, anyone, Pam Webster, anybody in the county?
I did. When we first heard about this.
But recently, just recently.
Yesterday? Today?
Today.
I talked with Pam yesterday.
Okay.
But in regards to something else.
Well, I regret that Butch Boraski has left, But it's my understanding recently that the county has agreed to help with this.
No, the county has agreed to help with the security, not the, I'm sorry, the security of the park, not the security of the parade.
I think that should be clarified, because it's my understanding they were going to assist with all the costs.
If
Well,
I
that is
may
news to me.
answer that.
That is news to me.
The information that I got after speaking with Commissioner Hollis is that, no, the two entities are separate. The parade requires one set of security, while the
park.
The fair, the parade requires Nye County Sheriff's Department to be there, and the park will be handled by private security.
That's correct.
And the reason I bring it up is, and there's no one here from the Sheriff's Department, I don't believe, but a clarification needs to be made, because in the NRSs, it does state that although the sheriff is asking for a fee of $3,600 to provide personnel for traffic control for the parade, correct? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
In the NRSs, it does stipulate that under NRS 248.275, that no other fees to be charged by sheriffs other than those specifically set forth in this chapter, nor shall fees be charged for any other services than those mentioned in this chapter. And nowhere in NRS 248.275 are fees for that kind of traffic control. It's within their mandate to provide those services. The NRS also states that failure to comply with certain statutory requirements, that there's penalties of anywhere from $1,000 to a conviction and removal from office. So the NRSs are very specific in what fees can be charged, and I don't see where fees could be charged for this. And it's my understanding that the county has understood that they need to look at what their responsibility is.
Mrs. Endersby, if I may, this is the first year we've ever heard of them, so I cannot answer that for you, and it's news to us. We never had this bill before, so when this was charged to us, we were concerned too, but that's why we had such a problem, in the sense that we really didn't have that budgeted in. We didn't know anything about it. It was not something that we'd ever paid prior in all the years I've done this, 10, 11 years now. So I can't answer that, but we had the bill, we had to dispense with it, and this is where we're at now.
And another clarification, if I may, that you stated that you received the request a week, 2 weeks ago, right?
About 8 days ago, I got a call.
8 days ago.
I got a call from Captain Becht while I was out working, showing a home, and he just said that there would be a bill coming from the Sheriff's Department for the parade.
So the question comes then, why is this a last-minute request for fees that, it doesn't sound to me, should even be charged? But to do it at the last minute seems, number one, arbitrary, and number two, just, I'm not sure that it speaks well for the community coming together and working together.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I'd like to hear from our town manager if he has any information on this.
Mr. Kohlberger.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. Mr. Darby? I have some questions to Ms. Glidden, if I may, Mr. Darby.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in looking at the sheet that you gave me, which is your basis for January 1 through September 22nd, 2011 profit and loss statement, correct? That's what you gave me. It states that you have a profit, income, total income of $47,915.12 so far, and your expenses are only at $24,694.30, which leaves a net ordinary income of $23,220.82. And I also noticed in here that for the parade, you do not have any security or anything down in here. So if you actually took $10,000 off for the parade, you'd still have $13,220.28 left over.
Well, Mr. Kobarger, let me explain that. Those figures are cumulative to today, and those include vendor fees that we have collected and carnival tickets that we have sold. Of that carnival money, 70% of that money will go back to the carnival. We only hold it until we pay them back after the festival. So a lot of that is not our money. It always seems like we have a lot of money this time of year, but guess what? We don't. And those fees will get paid back to the carnival. So I don't have the exact numbers here in front of me. I mean, you have them, you can let us know what those numbers are, but the bottom line of it is we still have to pay for a festival. And that festival is up and coming in the next 3, 4, 5 days here. We have to pay for entertainment, but we don't have all those fees in there. I mean, I'm saying you don't have the whole picture there is what I'm trying to tell you. I would like to have that to you, and I can bring it back to you afterwards and give you the full accounting of where the money went, because everything has to be paid, including the entertainment. Yeah, there'll be security fees now and so forth. So, no, we don't have that extra money in the pocket right now to pay anybody.
I understand that, Mrs. Glidden. I know how our budget works. You should definitely have a in and out income expense. I mean, if you...
Well, we do. We just don't have that out right now. It's in, and we will be paying it after the festival. That's when they collect it.
Exactly, but you still need an expense line item showing 70% of whatever collected is going out with an estimated number.
I'm sure we can get that for you, and if I had an extra day or an extra hour to do it today, I would have gotten it to you. The point of it is, you asked me for it at 4 o'clock, and I provided it. I had to leave and get it from the accountant and before 5, and here we are.
Carnival sales, according to this, is $7,500. So 70% of that goes back, if I'm doing the correct math, is about $5,200.
And that's current.
That leaves a profit of $2,700. So again, if you add it up in my head, bounce it off a few rocks, it's $16,000 off the $23,000. That still leaves $7,000 approximate money left over.
Now
and
let's...
that's even after taking the 70% out,
now
plus, hang on a minute, plus the additional $10,000 that I'm taking off the top for security and other issues.
$20,000 for entertainment. $25,000 for the rodeo.
It should be listed in here already,
Well, we'll get you that list. I'll get it to you tomorrow, Mr. Kobarger. I was very limited in my time today, doing all the things for the parade as I had to reconvene on that. So there's a lot of things going on right now. We are at the 12th hour. It's true. We are at the 12th hour of the carnival and the festival. We don't have a lot of time in between. I should be home putting papers together right now for the people tomorrow.
You have no rodeo sales on here either. How much money have you made on rodeo sales?
We have not collected any rodeo sales yet. It's a very slow time. We hope we'll get people at the rodeo. Last year, we were totally blown away by the fact that no one attended. Very few people attended last year. It was kind of sabotaged, and that's just what happened. This year, we have a complete and exquisite, full-blown traditional rodeo. And we expect a lot of people to be there. We have a lot of people involved in it this year, and everybody seems pretty excited over it. And so we're hoping that we'll have a lot of ticket sales, but right now, we don't.
So as of right now, you're telling this board, just with the numbers that you've put out, that you may be $35,000 in the hole.
Well, we hope not.
How are you going to pay the bills at $35,000 in the hole?
It's not a pretty picture, but last year we were fine. I mean, we came out okay, and I believe we're going to have more sales. We have more. This is the crunch time right now. This Wednesday, Thursday, Friday time. This is when all the monies come in, all the ticket sales go on. People will be turning money over tomorrow for the carnival tickets left and right. So this is really our traditional time for bringing it in. I think you can ask your Mr. Sullivan. He'll tell you the same thing. It's kind of an end run, unfortunately. We wish we could do this in March, May.
But you have no pre-sales of the rodeo at all?
Very little. I would think it's, it's minimal. It's very minimal right now. We have a lot of people on will call.
Taking all that into effect, Town Board, you're looking at anywhere between a $20,000 and $35,000 deficit. If the great thing works out and everybody shows up for the rodeo and they break even, you're still looking at $25,000 to $30,000 in the hole totally for this festival.
Well, we don't project that, and that's been like that every year, Mr. Kohlberger.
I have the floor, please.
Fine.
even with this board giving them $3,600 and paying it directly to the sheriff's department, who's responsible? Who's going to be responsible for the $25,000 to $30,000 that they may be in the hole? I mean, are you going to allow them to come back to the town board to try and get that money? They're going to go to the county? Some people may not be getting paid here.
Well, that is not on our,
I just want to throw that out to the town board. I'm just reading, I'm reading.
I believe we got off the agenda items. The agenda items for traffic control for $10,000. Thank you.
No, we're not talking about the budget. We're on control here, sir. This has an overall issue with the fair and festival and their budget. I just wanted to bring that to your point, to your knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
okay.
Ms. Endesby, the NRSs that you quoted and so graciously shared with me, in the fee base for the monies collected by the Sheriff's Department, it does not mention anywhere in there any types of festival, events, parades, or escorting services such as that. So by reading this particular set of NRSs, if they were to attend a funeral procession that they could not charge for, and I still believe that that is a event that they do charge for. So I don't know if that is a complete listing of all the NRSs that Sheriff's Department is allowed to charge for. And again, all I am trying to do with this agenda item is to ensure that we have a parade. Any further comments from the board, Ms. Parker?
Oh, I have a lot of comments. First of all, I have a problem with this being on our agenda. It doesn't follow the 10-day rule. If fixing a fire truck had to wait 2 weeks, then it wasn't an emergency, then a parade isn't an emergency. I have a problem with paved coming to us. D-Day -4. They knew they were doing this parade. They knew that they had to plan for it. They should have done it much sooner. I have a problem with them coming before us at all with this issue. This is a control issue.
Wait.
I'm not done yet.
Okay,
I have the floor. This is a control issue between a sheriff who doesn't like his budget and county commissioners who won't give him any more money. We have no part in this. You want to take their money to give to the county. Your issue is with the county. It is not with us. It does not belong on our agenda. I have plenty more to say here, and I have the floor.
Can I answer it at that point?
I'm sorry, but I'm not through yet. Okay. This is a terrible precedent to set. If we rescue paved, we're going to have every nonprofit in town who fails to make a profit pounding on our doors saying, you have to make us whole. Now, this whole fiasco was caused by mismanagement. And I've heard this over and over and over again. Let's start with a phone call that I received 2 weeks ago with a woman who had an application from PAVE. Dates on it here say September 15, 16, 17, and 18. She was here on September 15th. She and her husband took 4 days off from work, drove 6 hours here.
Ms. Parker,
I'm sorry, but this is
Parade.
mismanagement, and
We're
mismanagement
talking about the
goes to
parade.
the issue of the parade. It does. I've got more letters. I know at least 3 people who were given the wrong dates. In the past, the parade pretty much broke even, and I've checked on this. Sponsorships covered the shortfalls. Where are your sponsorships?
May I answer?
Why should your money, and it is your money, go to cover sponsorships that they did not go out and get? Talk about advertising. Last year you sold $23,300 in advertising. This year you estimate, and I'm going by the financials and the backup, so this is in the backup, I can talk about it. You estimate $6,000 in Advertising. Now, I know the economy's down, but darn it, it's not down 75%. Those advertising sales would have gone a long way toward covering
Mrs.
the
Parker,
parade.
may I answer any of this? I don't even know what those figures are and where you're getting them from.
Right here, these are yours.
No, ma'am, I did
These-
not provide those.
These were.
I don't know where they came from. I don't know who
These
gave
were
them
turned
to.
into the PTCC?
Okay, well, that might have been from last year.
No,
that's-
ma'am, it was turned in to the PTCC in August, and it's in our backup. These
Okay.
are your numbers. And Mr. Kobarger is right. You do not show under revenues any estimate at all for rodeo tickets. Now, you've got expenses. You paid to print the tickets. Are you giving those tickets away?
No.
Well, then, why don't you have in your estimate under revenues,
It's a lump sum
rodeo?
figure in there. It's a lump sum figure in the
There
estimated.
is no lump sum figure
of
at
revenues
all
there is.
here.
Well, I have
for-
to look at them because I don't have it in front of me
Now,
right
your numbers are wrong. Over here on the expense side, you do not list logistics. Last year, you had 16,000, let me see, it was a lot, $16,659.71, and this covered transportation, security, porta potties, trash disposal, and other logistics. Now, you don't have this here under expenses at all. The numbers that you've provided us are bogus, and Mr. Kobarger says 20 to 25,000. It looks more like you're going to have a $40,000 loss, and this is absolutely frightening.
No.
Now, if you look
If you give me a
further-
chance to go over every number, I can explain it.
If
I'm
you-
not going to just.
I'm looking at your P&L for last year.
Mr. Chairman.
I have the floor. I have the floor.
Point of order takes the floor.
Chair, this agenda item is for the Pahrump Fair and Festival Parade Traffic Control.
Correct.
That is all it's for. It has nothing to do with anything else other than the traffic control for the $10,000. Now, are we gonna get on with this Pahrump Festival, or are they gonna keep screwing us around like they have with the Rouge Center?
Unfortunately,
Order.
the lack of funds and the false numbers go to the point that they don't have money to do the parade.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Parker's comments go to the justification of whether or not we should support giving them money. So I do
That's
not feel
right.
that she's out of turn at all.
You want to talk about last year, and I have the minutes here, Ms. Glidden. Here is the quote from the Town Board, October 26th, 2010 minutes, and I quote, Paula Glidden announced that the Pahrump Fair and Festival broke even monetarily, unquote. The P&L that Mr. Kobarger has a copy of it over there, I can see it, and the one that you provided us said that you lost $8,616.60. Were you lying to us last year, or are you lying to us this year, or is this just total dishonesty in your numbers?
No.
I mean,
What
this,
happened was, Mrs. Parker, if you'll recall, you at that point had allotted us the money from the.
Mrs. Glidden.
If you're not going to let me explain, I guess there's no reason to ask the question.
You said you broke even monetarily.
That is correct.
I have the minutes here.
Paved transferred the money over to the account, and we were even at the end of the whole thing. It was approximately $8,000 that you gave us, and that's exactly what we used to pay for the festival. We did break even. It was an even break last year. We didn't have a lot of money left over.
Well, then why do you have profit and loss and your tax statement saying that you lost money?
Well,
Your
we did.
P&L that you provided to us
No, we
says-
did lose money at the fair, but we were allowed to use the money, as you recall, from the paved fund to put over there, and that's how we ended up breaking even. That's how we allowed it, that's what was given to us last year. As a matter of fact, it was September of last year.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
and you said that you broke even. I've got the
Well,
backup here.
in
I
the-
want to talk about paved itself. Let's talk about the sustainability of paved as far as paying the bills that you
Miss
can't pay
Parker,
for this.
Miss Parker.
I'm sorry, but this goes
I
to
know,
paying the bills.
But
It goes toward paying their bills.
I want to stay on the subject.
Well,
of the
then,
parade.
let's just talk about why they don't have the $3,600. Last year,
We did
and this
not
is their
ever have to
numbers.
pay previously for any fees from the sheriff, and that's why it was not budgeted in. We've never had to come up with that prior.
Last year, you took in $602.77 for paved. You spent $25,304.63. You spent $24,701.86 more than you took in. You spent $5,000 a year paying rent to one of your members, and you want us to give you money for a parade when you're paying $5,000 a year rent to one of your members? Mrs. Glidden, get real here.
Well, you're misquoting that,
I
Mrs.
have the
Parker.
numbers
It's not one of
that
our
you gave
members.
us.
She resides in the building where we rent. It is not to one of our members.
Right.
Okay? The owner of the building is not one of our members. And it's not $5,000.
It actually is $4,950 if you don't want to round up. And those are numbers that you gave us. Now, I have a real problem with the fact that you've got an event budget that you turned into us, and it's got false numbers on it.
It doesn't have false numbers. It's just got group numbers. If you wanted me to label this all out, then it could be more detailed. I can do that
Show me where
for you.
logistics is, show me where the sales for rodeo,
Well-
you've got missing numbers there. We can't work off of a budget without the correct numbers in there.
Well, just like the revenues from the carnival, we're estimating those. Those are all
That's
estimated
right, and
numbers, Vicki.
there
is
are no-
nothing else there.
There's
I mean,
no
those are estimated numbers.
There's no estimated numbers there for rodeo tickets.
What do
If
you mean?
you had
We don't spend on rodeo tickets. We
Yeah,
take in.
That's revenue. Under the
Yes,
revenue column,
exactly.
there's nothing there. You've got
Well,
carnival tickets.
last year, we did not make anything on the revenue, on the rodeo. Last year, we lost money. So that's why that reflects that, because it could be
And
the
where's the
same.
logistics that you spent $17,000 on last year? You don't have that listed under expenses. You're not being honest with us.
First of all, we haven't spent that much on logistics this year, and it's all lumped in.
Does this say budget
It's
on
lumped
it?
into booths and fees. That's where all that comes in, because that is under that category for us. Okay, it's all the vendor equipment, all the stuff that we do with the vendors and for the vendors. It's all the park stuff. So it's
Actually,
all
you have-
lumped in there.
You have $1,500 under fees. Do you even have a copy of this?
Which fees are you talking about? 15, town fees and state? That's the town fees and the state fees.
That's correct. You
That's
don't
correct. I'm
do-
talking about under the booth rentals and the fees, that's where we placed all the logistics stuff. It's
That's
just a lump sum in
revenues.
there.
That's
I know that.
revenues.
That's
That's
what
not
I'm
logistics. Logistics is
Right.
Mrs. Glidden, revenues are the money coming into you.
Yes, ma'am.
Expenses are the
I
money
know
you're
that.
paying out.
I know
You
that.
cannot put logistics under
We didn't-
revenues. It is an expense.
Exactly,
And
exactly.
it's not there.
But we don't have, under the equipment, that's what our logistics says, that $5,000 figure. We're not spending as much as we did last year. We've looked at that and we said we can't afford this sort of stuff. So it's all lumped in there. If you want me to break it out item by item, we have that. I can get that for you. I can get every number for you.
Again, I see no reason for us to
you know-
pay the county to get in between a squabble between the sheriff and the county commissioners, because that's what this is. And they're asking us to pay them money because the sheriff is squabbling with the commissioners. And if you want money for a parade, you need to go to the county. We have no responsibility
Well, Vicki,
for
you know,
this.
may I just say that it was not my idea or anyone at Paves to come to the town. I got a call stating that we needed to just come down and sign bring in the backup, and we were going to be on the agenda. Really, we hadn't even thought about it. We hadn't thought about asking the town. It was kind of mandated by everyone to do such.
You know,
It was
point
not
is-
our idea to do this. That's why I'm not asking you for the additional money. This is about $3,600, of which, if we have to, we'll get sponsorship for it. It was just, and listen, that was just the cutoff point. When this all came down 8 days ago, we had to respond, and that's what happened. We ended up getting a few phone calls, having a radiothon, and it came down to where people wanted us to have this parade. And that's great. I look forward to
I'd
it.
like you to have the parade too, but I don't see us paying the county so you can have a parade.
Well, Vicki, then we'll just tell the folks that we will do just that. I'm not looking for your money. Quite honestly, I was shocked this whole thing went on like this. And I'd rather we didn't even take your money. I've said that before, and I meant it. I don't want to take the town's money. Even though I worked the last 10 years on the town's festival, and we put money into the coffers every year. It was not a lot some years, but a lot some years.
And now you're taking it out.
Well, it's just a pot that we can use as a town group.
Could I ask
So
council a question, Mr.
I would just
Chair?
say, tell them to keep
Go
the
ahead.
money.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Mish, that we, other than setting a terrible precedent for every organization that loses money to come with their handout, other than that, are we liable for this huge amount of debts that they're going to incur if we give them money?
Mr. Chair, through you to Ms. Parker. No, we're not, the town is not liable. The town is not under the proposed motion, although there's no motion on the table. We would not be assuming paved debts. We would just be allowing for an outlay, a grant, if you will, for a specific purpose.
Paying the county.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm done.
Mr. Chairman?
We're not quite to discussion. We're still in the board members' comments.
No, but I think that the badgering that's going on here is just completely unheard of. I understand that you're complaining about another meeting that was held like this, and Ms. Parker's rude and completely false estimate is ridiculous. As the co-chair of the Fair and Festival, I would like to make some things plain to Ms. Parker. It's kind of difficult for her to understand, but we didn't lose a lot of money last year. What was explained to you was the $8,000 loss was the money that we paid back to the town because we were forced to use the money for the festival. You said we had to use money from you for the festival. So that was money that we didn't even request from you. Now, the thing that's really bad about what you're saying is we have no right to come to you and ask for this money. We didn't ask for $3,600. The motion was put on by Mr. Darby. We didn't speak to Mr. Darby about it. We were told to show up tonight. All right? Number one. Number two, the amount of $3,600 were proposed by the sheriff. If you look in your backup, 9/21. Whoa, boy. You know what the date is today, lady? It was really last minute. They come up here and they say,
Member, and he needs to be stopped right now. That is extremely disrespectful to town board member, and he needs to be stopped.
it's not as disrespectful as Ms. Parker.
He needs to be
Mr.
stopped. He needs to be stopped.
Yeah, we don't want the money.
I
We
would
didn't
like
ask
to
for the money.
remind everybody that I put this agenda item on here to try to have a parade for the town. I was told without the security given by the sheriff's department, which is the only department liable or capable of putting on the security for a parade, that the parade would not happen. So I stepped up, asked for an emergency agenda item because it was not within the 10-day limit. I asked that this be put on here for consideration. Now, if this is a badgering session for PAVE, please take your seats. You did not come here to ask for the money. Please take your seats. If there's any questions from the board, please direct them to me, because this is my agenda item. I ask that this request be made.
Hey, Mike, you gonna write?
Excuse me?
a letter?
It's not public discussion. Anything further, Ms. Parker?
Oh, no.
Mr. Calkin?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your concern about the parade, but there's a lot of issues here that I find a problem with. I observed the sheriff on the Channel 41 newscast talking about his unhappiness with the county and that they won't give him more funds. Maybe they're a little tired of things that I got a little tired with the sheriff's department. I have personal firsthand knowledge of, and I know other people have been arrested falsely and that a lot of money has been wasted. Keep in mind that the sheriff's budget's in the millions of dollars. Can you really fathom that $3,600 makes a difference to this man? I agree that we're just being put in the middle of something that just isn't right. The sheriff, this is a community function for this public, and we all pay taxes.
I'm sorry, it's not. It's a private event. It's a private entity putting on a community function, which takes it out from the umbrella of the town. If the town had been putting this on, then the sheriff would be obligated to provide for the town his services. But because it's a private entity, he's not obligated.
Yes, I appreciate that, and the sheriff said that on the news, and to me, that's just semantics. It's something that this community is all involved in. It's for the people. And as I said, $3,600 against millions of dollars of a budget? You must be kidding me. One of the things that times have changed. And for as long as I can remember, I've heard that the rodeo event, as an example, has lost $40,000 every time it's put on. This projection here says a $25,000 loss. We heard Mrs. Glidden talk about last year they lost money on the rodeo, significant amount of money. Why would you do it anymore? I've addressed this issue and something else I'm going to talk about in a second. I have said for years, I don't want to not see a rodeo. I personally don't have an interest in it.
But what about a parade? This item is on the parade.
But what we're talking about is how they spend their money, and
we're talking about funding security for the parade.
If they're not spending money on other issues, is what I'm trying to get at, then if they're mismanaging their money, I'm not going to add more money to it, and that's what I'm getting at here. So I think talking about how they spend their money is on the agendized item because, like I said, if I see a lot of money misspent, I'm not going to, that's my justification for not supporting this issue. And so I think it is on the subject, as I did feel that Mrs. Parker's conversation was. And so they don't seem to learn. Another thing I've talked about, Mr. Chairman, for many years is the entertainment. Well, look at this. Their projected expenses are $79,000.
Still getting away from the parade. The entertainment is the actual festival. We need to stick to the subject of the parade.
Well, if I'm going to be for or against something, I think I should explain my reasons why. But if you're going to do that, then fine. I'll just make a motion to decline this. I make a motion to not.
We haven't heard from the other two members of the board.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the request, my concern is that if it is the responsibility of the county and the sheriff does have a responsibility to maintain order and to handle crowd control, whether it's for a private entity or if it's a public streets and that's part of the sheriff's responsibility and it's a liability factor. So one way or the other, I think we should have the parade. We need to look at the financials down the road. This is no time, I believe, to really ask for that information because it's not an agenda item. So if in the future we want to ask for more detail, we can certainly request that if we give the funds. If we don't give the funds, then we have no right to any privilege for information. So there's many reasons. I think that if we do authorize the funding, number one, the community would have the parade. Number two, there would be time to ascertain if there's other revenue sources, and if not, then at least it's funded and we can move forward. And number three, that we can ask for detail down the road because we have asked for we have given funding to a private entity, and we are required to do our due diligence in moving forward to ascertain how that was used, and any documentation could be forthcoming. So I think we should move ahead and at least have our parade for the community.
Thank you. Dr. Waters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I first heard that our chairman had put this on the emergency agenda to make sure we had the parade, I applaud that. I think that was the right step to take. We do need the parade in our town. We want the parade. I know in the time I've been here, every year, listening to the town board before I became a town board member, I listened to the town board talk about paved and the problems they had with paved. And that's been continuous. Mismanagement, whatever you want to call it, it's all there. And it's very open for everybody to know about. With those 3 years of problems, I say that we should definitely support the parade in this case. But I also say in that motion, we should also say PAVE should reimburse the town after all this is over. However they come up with the budget, however they come up with whatever they need, they should reimburse the town. Again, you've listened to the fact that it's between the county commissioners and the sheriff. So in essence, we are paying the county for something that the county has caused. Paved, grant them the money, have the parade because we want the parade in our town, but PAVE should reimburse the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion. They withdrew it. Oh, was that, I'm sorry, was that a motion?
It wasn't, but I will make it a motion.
Could you repeat that, please?
I make a motion that the town pays directly to the sheriff's department for the crowd or the traffic control for the parade. I think we said in the amount of $3,600.
Mm-hmm.
And that PAVE be required to reimburse the town that amount, the amount paid to the sheriff.
Within a time frame? I'll second that and ask if you would stipulate a time frame to have that reimbursement.
Yes, but let's hold up and hear from our attorney first on that.
Mr. Chair, through you to Dr. Waters, we can certainly draft a motion to that effect, but to require PAVED to pay the money back, they need to sign an agreement to that effect. And a motion or payment by this board directly to the sheriff's office with no such agreement on the part of PAVED wouldn't be enforceable on the part of the town.
Thank you. Then I would say we request that PAVE repay the town. If PAVE does not, then we never, ever help PAVE again.
Make it contingent upon them signing an agreement.
It doesn't make any difference.
They don't have any money anyway.
I don't know if I want to cancel the parade for that.
Then make it contingent upon PAVE signing the agreement that to make it enforceable as council said.
Mr. Chairman, if we don't...
We have a motion and a second.
Would you take some additional board comment?
In a second, I'm still trying to figure out exactly. It's for the town to pay the Nye County Sheriff's Office $3,600 for traffic control.
But they don't have to pay us back because you're not going to make it enforceable?
And request that PAVE reimburse the town.
It's meaningless.
Okay. All right. Any additional comments? Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I would say that that's meaningless, just requesting, because council has already said unless they sign an agreement to that effect, it has no force.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I'm sorry, we're on town board member comments.
Sorry.
Anything further, Ms. Parker?
I'm just saying that if you want PAVE to pay you back, then you have to make it contingent upon them signing an agreement to pay you back. Requesting doesn't work. It has no force of law.
Thank you. Mr. Colkin?
As I stated earlier, I mean, if we don't give the money, I'd be amazed if we don't have a parade. The sheriff's budget is millions of dollars, again, and you're telling me $3,600 makes a difference to him? He's just playing a game with us, and he's insulting this board and this community, and I think we should stand up to him.
You're right.
Secondly, mostly what he uses is volunteers. They don't get paid. It's his auxiliary force that's out there. So why does it cost $3,600 anyway? This is ridiculous, and I don't want to. I think the sheriff's office is way out of line, and I don't want to participate in that kind of action. So I can't support this. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Centersby? Dr. Waters?
No further comment.
Then we'll open this up to public comment.
Don Cox. Caroline, you just read some NRSs off, and if they're obligated to pay that, the Attorney General's office, and they're breaking the law, then Tony will have to give the money back. PAVE didn't ask for this money. It was out of the kindness of Mike to help them out so this parade will go on. And I've got news for certain board members up there. Yes, it's our tax dollar. This is something that the community deserves, and they should have it. I deserve it. These people deserve it, and even you guys deserve it. But to sit up there and bicker over $3,600 one way or another after the money's been spent since this new board's took over, that's shameful to me. Over something that the whole community is going to benefit from. I just don't get this here. You know, they didn't ask for this money. It was out of the kindness of Mike's heart to make sure that this parade took place. So it's $3,600. So what? It's our money. Give them the $3,600. It'll make it easier on paid, fine. And I know I've been to a lot of town board meetings before this board took over, and there was a lot of harassment by the other town board against paved. I saw it. Everybody out was going to those meetings saw it, including you, Harley. You was right there with us. They were mistreated poorly, and it's going on here tonight by one board member. And I think it should be stopped. Pay the money. The man did something other for all of us, not just one individual, but for all of us. And we deserve this parade, and the festival needs to have help. We're going to be garbage detail. CCSC is going to be the garbage detail this year. We're not getting paid. They're not getting paid, but they need help. Why don't the town get together and help them instead of trying to kill this? Every year it's the same thing. They're trying to stop it. Why? Why are you trying to stop something that does bring in tourism? The tourists do come for this. I have relatives in Vegas that come. I know people that's got relatives in California that come to this. So it does bring tourism. When the tourism board said it doesn't, they're nuts. It does. You don't have all these people at the park from just Pahrump. Give them the $3,600. They didn't ask for it. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Carl Sinski, Ski. I've been in Pahrump 10 and a half years. And tonight is the saddest time that I've ever been in Pahrump. You know, there's mistakes made. So what? Things happen. Do you think that the little kids that line up those streets care that a suspense wasn't made, that there's budget constraints? They don't care. They want to see the parade. The people that built the floats. You know, we're in an economic nightmare right now. People are losing their houses, suicide rates high, domestic violence rates high. We have a chance for everybody to relax, enjoy a parade, enjoy a festival. And as a town, I keep hearing the name Pahrump. Is that Pahrump? Are you representing Pahrump when you're challenging over something that right now is too late? The parade's Saturday, you know? This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. You know, I get involved in a lot of fundraisers. Thousands of dollars go to No to Abuse. That's not from the town. Thousands of dollars go to hospital. That's not from the town. $3,600, you know. You don't hesitate to spend $100 and something thousand for a report about an amusement park that could be billions of dollars, and we can't even put on a parade. You ask Al the question of, well, it's three things why businesses don't come to Pahrump. Maybe one of them is when they read in the paper that we can't even do a damn parade, you know? But I guess, and I need to hurry here.
Order.
Is the problem that in this motion, the guarantee of the town to be paid back the $3,600, if it's, I don't know this legal stuff, I talked with Rhonda, I will sign anything you want me to sign. I will personally guarantee that $3,600 be paid back to the town. Rhonda and I are gonna get together, we're gonna do fundraisers, we will get you your money back, I'll sign anything you want me to sign. Is that possible? Yeah, I mean, I'll sign the damn thing right now. This is, how can you even sit up there and have discussions like this? It's a damn parade for kids, for seniors, to let people take one chance. They lost their house, their mortgage payments are high, they lost their car, they have no food money, and now they can't even have a damn parade over $3,600? You know, I'm not going to get on this bandwagon. If you will agree to it, I will sign whatever you want me to sign. I'll put the money up front, whatever. We're going to get together, Rhonda and I, with the TV station. We'll raise the money, and I'll give you the money back. And if however many days you want, 30 days, 40 days, if we don't raise the money, I'll pay the damn money. I'll sign the paper.
Thank you, sir.
No, go ahead, Rhonda.
Rhonda Van Winkle, KPVM and Citizen. Okay. I don't think they should have to pay back the $3,600, and I'll give you reasons why. However, if they do need to, we will make sure it happens. I've been good for raising money for this event for a good number of years, over $300,000 in the last 8 years to be specific. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the year before PAVE took this over, I believe the town lost money on this event, but I may be wrong.
You did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I think you did. But anyway, well, with the rodeo specifically. So he's correcting me. I guess I'm wrong. But Paula has put a number of years into this event, a lot of volunteer time. Maybe things haven't been run perfectly. Okay, I do see mistakes that have been made. A lot of the ones that Vicki brought up, the paperwork, people showing up, the event dates changing. However, to say that they don't learn and why do you keep having it, well, I disagree with that. Last year they had what was called a showdeo, not a rodeo, and it didn't work out. This year they've got a pro rodeo. They went back to a pro rodeo. The PRCA is a pro rodeo, which is what we used to have, and now they have a new pro rodeo. So they are trying something different. So it's unfair to say that they haven't learned from any mistakes. They're definitely trying. Another reason why I feel that it doesn't need to be paid back is that camera, where's the third one? Behind me. Those cameras, the system to air these meetings live, KPVM pays out over $2,000 a month in the hole so that this town could hear your meetings. So maybe you guys can give something back. That's how I feel about that. It's $3,600. So, you know, we're doing $24,000 a year. Maybe you guys can do the $3,600 for them. I don't think they should have to pay it back. I'll work hard to get it paid back if I need to, but I don't think I should have to. I think that it should be taken care of. So, the kids have practiced in the bands. People have made their floats. They've invested money in it. It's a big deal. The town is counting on it. The community is counting on it. And you guys are the town board. I really appreciate that you listened to our pleas from outside to put this as an emergency on the agenda for tonight. And I apologize that it's such short notice, but the parade was canceled. It was done. And it was announced to everybody that was canceled. And we all rallied to say, no way, that can't happen. And we're depending on you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Brian Jonas with the Sheriff's Office. First thing, just a little semantic to everybody. We always talk about things of this here. It's not a sheriff's department, it's a sheriff's office because the person in charge of it's elected by the people. It's kind of a crutch of mine at 23 years of working for different sheriff's offices. At no time has the sheriff or anybody from the sheriff's office not wanted this parade to happen. And yes, Harley, it only is $3,600. And yes, we do have budgets in the millions. And yes, I have worked in administration of other agencies and dealt with budgets. And we work under line item budgets that we can't just move money around. And we can only move money around between each line item as the commissioners see fit that we can. So as we project our budget throughout the year of overtime for staying aft for emergency calls and stuff, we have to make sure that there's money there. And Ms. Parker, if you don't think we're watching pins and pencils, come work with me for a week. All right? Thank you.
Dean Brooks, member of this community. Mike, I have to applaud you for putting that on an agenda and trying to help save this parade. You did a great thing. Quite frankly, for the rest of the board, I think they ought to get recalled, and I want to see about working on that.
Janet Arrett, citizen. I can understand the board's concern about expenses incurred and maybe not seeing a profit budget-wise, but I do want to let you know that Paula Glidden did not want to put this parade on. She did want to cancel it. She did not want to come to you for the $3,600. She didn't want to do it. And when the town of Pahrump realized that this wasn't going to happen through the media, we received hundreds and hundreds of emails. And there were so many people that called and wanted this parade to happen. And regardless of who is responsible for that $3,600, I believe that if we could pass this through, pay it, and then later take a look at the legalities and see who ultimately is responsible, then we can take care of that after the parade has taken place, because right now we just don't have the time to fight about it. Other than that, Rhonda has agreed to be willing to help, and I will volunteer my time, and I'm sure we can get lots of people to volunteer their time, and we've done call-in shows before where we've raised funds, so I'm sure we could raise that money if that needs to happen. But I can understand where you're coming from, and you know, this is all played out in the media, and Paula hasn't come out looking like a bowl of roses, and neither is Paved, and you know, I feel bad for her because she's had to do this largely by herself. She's had a lot of volunteers that have kind of quit on her, and it's not an easy thing to do, and having a job, I don't think anybody with a job should even be doing this. I really don't. Because who has the time to be able to run such a huge operation? And before the town took it over, there was a committee in place that did the Harvest Festival, and that's what they devoted their time to. Then the town decided that they wanted to do the event, so that they started doing it. And then, you know, the economy took a hit, and nobody could afford that big PRCA rodeo anymore. So they went to the Shodeo, and that didn't work out. People didn't want to attend. So now they've got a lesser rodeo. Hopefully, maybe they'll be able to make a profit this year, but nobody knows. It's all up in the air until the tickets are bought, the people are in the stands, and we know where we stand with this thing. We don't know until it's all over with where the money's going to be. And I know it's always been a tight thing. And that PRCA rodeo was very expensive to run, and they're doing what they can. They're trying different things. I would suggest in the future that maybe the town actually be the one that takes care of this, and any committees that are called to oversee it be under the auspice of the town, so that in the future we don't have these problems with funding on things like this. Okay?
Thank you.
Dave Stevens, Trump citizen taxpayer. First of all, I want to thank Mike Darby for having enough sense to bring this money up so they could have a parade here. And the second thing, this disgusts me so bad I could jump up and just start choking people here. Paula Glidden's a good, honest, decent person. And they've been picking on that poor woman since she got on, Pave. I know you don't like the way I talk sometimes, but I do talk the truth here. I think Paula Glidden, that's not right, Vicky jumping up there picking on her over that stuff. That's disgusting to me. That is disgusting. You just don't know what you sound like there. You sound more like me than anything.
Dave?
Huh?
We need to stay on the subject of the parade.
Well, I did, I just...
Yeah, but you're starting to attack a board member.
You ain't never seen anybody get attacked yet. You get me started here. But I'm not scared of anybody in this town. I'll tell you, I'm a cripple, but I better. I've still got 140 minutes here.
It just seems like minutes, Dave.
Huh? No, this is wrong. You know that, Mike. They're picking on that poor woman. Jesus, she's a good, honorable woman. The very few we've got here. I would have told this town board to stuff it a long time ago if I was on that thing. There's no question about it. You people are... He's no good either. Okay, you can have the time.
Thank you, Dave.
Butch Clendenin, resident of Pahrump. I've lived in Pahrump for 4.5 years. I'm trying to be community active. I happen to be chairman of a board. But I've been a resident of Southern Nevada for 45 years. And I've been spending a lot of that time in Pahrump coming to the spring, to the Fall Harvest Festival and parade. Since I was a kid, we used to come out here. This is an event that this town board and this town has put on for many years, and I think it needs to continue. This is something that the town, not only the town looks forward to, people from all over come to this event. It needs to go on. It needs to go on in an orderly manner, and I think the town needs to get behind it any way they can. We had an in-depth conversation with board comment about getting a festival committee together and somebody to put that together. Now you have a group that's doing it, and it seems like there's some people that are against this group. This is an event for the community. And it's an event for Southern Nevada because a lot of people from Vegas and the surrounding areas come to this. And if it's dependable, if it goes on every year, it's only going to get bigger. The rodeo used to be a big thing. The economy has, in some cases, it's been a detriment to this. If it continues to go, it's going to continue to grow. And I think this town board needs to get behind it. I think the community's behind it. And I think it's just going to get bigger. I think this town board needs to get by any group that's going to try and bring events, that's going to bring money to this town. $3,600, the town's going to make that in tax revenues from the people who come here, the event and everything else, and it's only going to get bigger. So I think we need to get behind it, put all these petty squabbles behind. This is good for the town. The town needs it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess that's it, huh? All right, Jim Dunsing, again, from Pahrump here. This motion, I think what we should do is either have a group of volunteers, and I personally volunteer to run the traffic control, and I'm sure there's enough volunteers in this room that we can do traffic control without $4,000 if we want to get in the middle of this contest between the sheriff and the county and just tell them, you guys settle it yourselves. We'll handle the traffic between 160 on Basin. I mean, how much traffic is that? The light does have to work for you. But if the town is going to pay to make sure this goes on without some kind of fight in between, then I don't think PAVE should be required to pay that money back. This group is a group of volunteers who put a lot. I've done some volunteer stuff, a lot smaller than this, and they put in a lot of time and a lot of effort. And that's a choice they make. They give up part of their life so we can have a better event for this town. They do it for this town. And to have them come before this board for an expense that came up at the last minute, that frankly should have been in the line item of the police if every single year this event happens. There should have been somewhere in their line item they could have found money for traffic control. To have them come up here and be attacked and be called a liar by town board members who I've seen overlook lots of suspicious things with a lot larger dollar numbers after them is absolutely reprehensible. I cannot believe what I saw this evening. You folks should give this money to Paved as an apology for the way Paula was treated by Vicki Parker. Thank you.
Paula Elefante, 11-year resident, so that's longer than some of you. It saddens me that in the agenda, not attached to this agenda item, was Pave's grant to the tourism board. It saddens me that that's in the agenda. It didn't belong there. It has nothing to do with what the agenda item is. And, you know, Carolyn, 2 weeks ago you said, we used to have a lot of events in this town. We don't have those anymore. Maybe we need to look at how we're doing business. You have 3 entities right now with events coming up. You got the festival, you got Wild West next month, and you got the powwow the month after that. And we get our asses kicked trying to put these events on for the community, for you. You guys got to figure, you got to help us work with you. We've got to find a better way to work together. If something, and Mike, thank you very much for putting this on the agenda, because if they were only notified a week ago that they were going to be charged this, of course they couldn't have put it in their budget. Of course they couldn't have put it in their grant requests. And I'll tell you, grant requests are going to come in the first quarter of next year with guesstimated numbers because you guys want this. And then you're going to be on us because you're guessing. Well, we can't do anything but guess. You know, you got that 120-day window, 4 months. We don't know things sometimes until 2 months out, 3 months. So it's guesstimation time starting 2012 for any of the organizations that are going to do anything in this town to try and work with you to get you to work with us. It's just really sad because you know, as well as everybody, that the parade needs to be. It needs to be. And you can take my tax dollars, every penny that you get from me, and spend it on the parade. And I'm sure everybody in this audience would say the same thing. Take it out of the tourism fund. There's almost $1 million there. Okay? Thank you.
Seeing no one else up for public comment, we do have a motion on the floor for the town to...
Mr. Chairman, before we take a vote, I'd like to ask for additional board comments, if we may. That's something I'd like to say.
Very good.
I don't want to see pay it back, and I don't want to see anybody out in town hustling trying to come up with the money, because that's not the problem. The problem is the sheriff's office is playing the game and putting us in the middle. And I'm sorry, I guess going back the other way, it ends up putting Paved in the middle, but this board, to me, should stand up to the sheriff. Officer Jonas said they can't afford their budgets or this and that, and they can't afford stuff. Well, I was up in Reno last week, and a couple of motorcycle gangs got into it. I hope nothing like that happens here. Apparently no one will show up because the sheriff doesn't have any extra money. It's nonsense. The top echelon over there makes 150 grand and more, give or take. That sheriff's office is costing this county a tremendous amount of money in lawsuits and everything, and he wants to charge somebody $3,600 in his multi-million-dollar budget. That's the real issue. It's ridiculous. And I don't want to participate in it, but yes, I'd like to see a parade. I'm certain if this board didn't give the $3,600, the sheriff's going to do his thing. He's playing a little game. But if we're going to support this, whatever it is, I'd like to see it unanimous. And so I would ask Dr. Waters, enough is enough already. We're learning a lesson here. We have to fight back. But for tonight's sake of the community and everything, I would ask Dr. Waters to change his motion to just give them the $3,600. But this ain't going to happen anymore as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want them to pay it back, and let's move on.
Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I would like to say that I have never been against the parade. What I'm against is this being on our agenda because it's a county issue. It's between the sheriff, who doesn't like his budget, and the county commissioners, who don't apparently seem to like the sheriff. And it's wrong to put us in the middle and have us being held hostage. This is actually extortion, last-minute extortion from the town. And I would like to see the parade, but I just can't give town money to the county.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
I believe we need to determine the future of the Fall Festival and obtain the ability to retain the event by doing some planning in the future, but that does not mean we should not have the parade this year. So any discussion on the what we need to do to move forward needs to be done at another time. This is for moving forward with the parade, and I feel we need to move forward on that.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to keep my motion. I will go ahead and comply with what Mr. Culkin has asked and remove the part about reimbursement since it doesn't have any teeth in it anyway. But all the rest of my motion, I'd like it to remain as is. And we do go ahead and pay the Sheriff's Department the $3,600 directly.
I'll remove my second and second the amended motion.
Okay, we have an amended motion and a second. All those in favor of the town to pay the Nye County Sheriff's Office $3,600 for traffic control for the parade signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Yay.
Motion carries 4-1. I'd like to call for a 10-minute recess.
Thank you. Get my head in. We got to bring something back and get rid of it. See how some.
Well, we can't get rid of them because it's a private organization and anybody can put on a fall festival.
We need to look at
They can, all they have to do is change the name.
You know, you and I trying to show confidence in running.
August is here and things are getting hot at the Pahrump Nugget. Let's start with the hot seat basket. Fridays and Saturdays in August, a random winner chosen every 30 minutes from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. will win up to $500. Every Thursday, be one of the first 400 people at 11 a.m. for a free pull on the Money Vault and your chance to win up to $1 million. We have mystery gifts, point multipliers, bingo specials, Wednesdays lady nights, daily food specials, and so much more. Where the fun never stops, the Pahrump Nugget Hotel and Casino.
When results matter, do you want this as your attorney or this as your attorney? Then call us at the Las Vegas Litigation Firm. Located at 3960 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 500, phone number 702-529-0333, practicing personal injury law, family law, and criminal law. Offices opening soon in Pahrump.
Keep your clothing bright and clean by choosing J&T Cleaners, located right here in Pahrump. Why choose J&T? Because they're environmentally friendly, using green earth cleaning techniques containing no harsh chemicals to fade your clothing like the majority of cleaners in Las Vegas. J&T offers dry cleaning, laundry services, and pressing starting as low as $2. Also offering alterations 3 days a week. Open Monday through Saturday on the corner of Highway 160 and Dandelion by Napa Auto Parts. That's J&T Cleaners.
We should then go back to the county sheriff to find $3,600 somewhere.
Well, I know that's not gonna happen, and that's why I didn't want to put in here that it's contingent on that, because then we're holding the parade hostage. So I didn't, if they pay it back, they pay it back. But I know, that's why.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. If I can get the board to come back to their chairs, please. All righty, that brings us to item 10. Discussion possible decision to approve funding for the acquisition and installation of a digital TV transmitter in the amount not to exceed $25,000 budgeted and payable from the TV Tower Capital Fund.
Okay. Are you willing to accept an motion? I would like to move that we approve funding for the acquisition and installation of a digital TV transmitter in an amount not to exceed $25,000 budgeted and payable from the TV Tower Capital Fund. And I would like to mention the fact that it is budgeted. Grants may be available, and we must go digital by law. Either go digital or shut down. So we have no choice. You have to get a converter box if you don't have one.
I second the motion without all the other comments.
Well, I mentioned that because somebody was telling me they didn't want to have to get a converter box. Why did we have to convert? So I thought I'd explain. The FAA says you will or you shut down.
Okay, we have a second, motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Mr. Calkin?
No.
Ms. Anderson?
No.
Dr. Waters?
No comments.
Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Seeing no public comment, we'll go to the vote. The motion is to approve funding for the acquisition of and installation of a digital TV transmitter not to exceed $25,000 budgeted and payable from the TV Tower Capital Fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Item, discussion possible decision to amend Section 1 of the contract with Contour Entertainment, Inc. and the Veracruz Group to state that the town's penalty would be 30% instead of not to exceed 1/3 of the contract amount.
Okay. If may I ask a question of legal? Is there any advantage to the town to amending this contract, Mr. Misch?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Ms. Parker. Vicki, as I've made the rounds with each of the board members, discussing what I think should be the result of this item, which was placed on the agenda by Mr. Kobarger at Mr. Holbrook's request only. And I've stated my objections, and I detailed those to everyone in private conversations. Ms. Parker, I guess I do not want the board to adopt this change, and that's my recommendation. And anything further, I would prefer to remain in private attorney-client conversations.
I'll make a motion that we do not amend Section 1 of the Contour contract or the contract with Contour Entertainment and Vercetis Group.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Dr. Waters?
No further discussion.
Ms. Anderson? None. Okay, we'll open this up for
I want to say something. I didn't get to comment yet.
Okay, let's hear your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify something, first of all. This is some sort of study, which is the public's perception is a little bit off. We hired this company to come up with an idea that we can market and provide jobs and bring tourists into our community. It's not a study. It's an investment in our future, and it's going to do something. Now, on that note, I feel that the town has put their faith and trust in this company. We have put up some substantial amount of money, and I simply believe that it's time to see something for our faith and trust in our dollars, and I could not support any changes at this time.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up to public comment. Turn your mic on, Dave.
Dave Stevens. I don't understand why they're going to have a meeting here about this this park over here, the 3rd. Why they don't put this all together on there? There's something fishy here. And Holbrook said it. This thing smells here. Put it over there and the other one there when you go over there, the 8th or the 3rd.
Actually, Dave, all we're talking about now is item number 11, the amendment of the contract.
That's what I'm talking about. Put it on the theme park when we go over there.
But the meeting that you're talking to is item number 14.
Well, it may be, but I'm talking about 11. It says Section 1, contract, Contour Entertainment, Business Group, town penalty would be 30. Isn't that the theme park?
That's the contract with them. That's
what I mean, the contract. Put it over there on the other board on the contract. There's something fishy about this. You people may not think so, but it's funny they'd have that all by itself. I make no bones about it. I'm against that theme park. Everybody in town knows that, and there's a lot of other people that's against it. And it should be all together. I know you don't agree with me, but that's all right, too. I just thought I'd say that.
Okay.
It smells.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no one else up for public comment, the motion is not to amend Section 1 of the contract with Contour Entertainment and Veracruz Group to state that the town's penalty would be 30%, 30% instead of not to exceed 1/3 of the contract amount. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 12. Discussion possible decision to create a town manager's evaluation form and process. Mr. Colbar.
Yeah, just to let you know that we did contact the Pool and Pact, and they will not be, their evaluation form will not be ready until November. They are working on one, as I stated. And Terry contacting Shaney at the Pool and Pact, she advised it will not be ready till November. So we put this back on because we had to. There's 4 or 5 to choose from, whatever the town board deems necessary.
Thank you. Any comments by the board? Dr. Waters?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having looked at all 5, and there are parts of all 5 that I like. I should say all 5. There are 4 of them anyway. Number 4, I'd like to just discard because I put on that one. That's this one for those who are looking for it. Goals appraisal form. I put that as number 4. At the bottom, it has Pool Pack Human Resources, page 1 of 9. And being a former school administrator, I think this would be good for teachers or anybody with 1 supervisor, but not for anybody with 5 separate supervisors as a town manager. So I want to discard that one and then talk about the others. And I'll use the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5. Using that one as number 4 that I just discarded. On number 1, I think the items Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 10 are excellent, and I like that. It needs an overall average score or grade, and we need to add communication behaviors from the number 5. So there are parts of number 5 I really like, and if we can include the good parts of those 4, I think we've got something that we can really use. But again, I like number 1. In number 2, the part that I like is the performance ratings, because we're looking at number 5, but it explains exactly what the performance ratings are. Number 5, significantly above average, to number 1, significantly below average, and it details it. Performance is so poor, the employee's continued employment is in immediate jeopardy, and so on. So I think with the definitions like that being in there, it's something I would like to see added. I would not like number 2, I would just like that part of number 2, the part I just mentioned. In the part of number 3, Churchill County Manager Evaluation Form, again, the rating definitions, instead of E, G, S, F, and U, it would have to be 1 through 5, but again, the rating definitions I like from number 3. And then we go to number 5.
Dr. Waters, if I may, Mr. Darby, and I do not mean to interrupt you, and I apologize, but if this is what each and every town board member is going to do and pick and choose different ones to save an hour, hour and a half of time, I see Dr. Waters is smiling. He already knows what I'm going to say. Submit it to me. I'll put it all together in one form, submit it back to you at the first meeting in October. It speeds up the process, and I can combine all of your thoughts into one, as we have done on many occasions in the past with many of ideas. The latest one being the goals and objectives. I think that would be a perfect way to handle this. And again, because if not, then Dr. Waters has already suggested about 7, 8 different things there, which all sound good. And then I'm sure Mrs. Endersby has some, Mr. Darby I'm sure has some, Mr. Calkin I'm sure has some, Mrs. Parker I'm sure has some. This could be a really long session. And I'm just throwing that suggestion out there. Mike, Mr. Darby, I apologize. What do you think about that, sir?
I actually, yeah, I like that. If it pleases the board.
I would like to add one other part too, because we know we have the ratings 1 through 5. I would like to add a number 6, which is not observed. If we can put that in, because otherwise we're putting it down or making up something. So
I think
not observed
that should be because that's not a valuable score. I think that should be a 0.
A 0, correct.
Or rather than not a 0, Mr. Chair, if I may, maybe just letters of not applicable or something to that effect, which we can generate.
Yes.
But still,
okay, and that was the only other thing. But I agree with Mr. Kohlbarger. I have all of mine written here, and I could certainly hand those to him, and he can make those changes, put it all together, make us one that we really like.
I agree too. Submit.
let me go down the line here, Ms. Endersby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with the comments that Dr. Waters has put forward as to a format for an evaluation form. I do have a problem, though, with the process, which is part of what we need to discuss, because we have timelines we have to meet. And if we need to come back, I think we're pushing our timelines to the point where we might not be able to complete our required evaluation in order to meet the deadline of January. In my timeline, I see that by the end of the month in October, each board member should complete and submit an evaluation. And by the end of the month November, HR needs to compile it, and by the end of the month December, the board needs to review and submit recommendations, and by the end of the month January is what the contract states needs to present the town board evaluation for public comment. And then in end of the month February, the town manager needs to discuss the findings. So if we don't move on putting a evaluation form together tonight, we are then possibly pushing the compacting all the steps. Now, could some of the steps and process might be able to be compacted, but I do feel that Dr. Waters has done a good job putting compiling an evaluation form. I personally would accept that, and perhaps some of the other town board members might not necessarily want to diverge from that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
We'll come back to you in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Calkin?
I don't see a problem with the suggestion by Mr. Kohlbarger. On the other hand, I know that Dr. Waters has had an extensive experience dealing with people and evaluations and so on, so I don't have a problem with, listening to what he actually wants to do again and voting on that tonight either. I'm open to whatever.
Ms. Parker?
I think it's irrelevant. I didn't care for the 360, but basically I think it's irrelevant. One form works as good as the other as long as you put comments down. I have a problem with the process. It's not as long and as involved, at least it hasn't been in the past. We've been able to knock this off in a week with the board completing it and HR compiling it, and then sitting down with Mr. Kohlbarger. It doesn't take 4 months. So there's really no sense of urgency to vote on it tonight, and I would like to see the list compiled like Mr. Kohlbarger has done on other items. It's difficult to envision what you're looking at and format orally. So I would prefer that we come back the next meeting. Again, we don't need more than a week once you got the form.
I have to agree. I would like to take bits and pieces of each of the different ones and compile them together. I would ask that if it's possible to send these forms out in Word format instead of PDF.
So we just play with them.
Yeah, so I can massage them.
Actually, the town one is in Word because I did mine on,
Mr.
online.
It may be, but in my backup, everything's PDF.
Yeah, I have them all in Word, sir. I can send
I
them
would
out to
appreciate
you.
you forwarding that to me if that's what we decide to do.
I agree.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Hensby.
if I may state that process has never been defined. I can't find anywhere. Process is all over stated documents. It's not compiled in any one format for town manager evaluation. The process for staff evaluation is certainly outlined in the personnel practices, but nowhere is it detailed as far as process. It's only stated in a broad requirement. And I don't know that we have an adequate history on the process because I don't believe the previous town boards have adequately processed evaluations. So I do feel we do need to really look at process and make sure we follow our steps, cross the Ts, dot the Is, make sure we're doing what we properly need to do. I'd like to ask legal if in fact in the time frame we have, do we have process stipulated adequately enough?
Chair Darby, through you to Ms. Indersby. Yes, we do. The controlling instrument here is actually the town manager's present one-year contract. That sets forth that the evaluation is on a point scale. It also sets forth that the evaluation is to be completed in January.
But there's no steps in between there.
But there's no steps in between, so it's at the board's discretion, and I won't comment legally on, because it's not a legal issue, what process the board wants to use to draft the evaluation form. My recommendation is that, and I've spoken with a few of you about this, my recommendation is that the evaluation form be completed and filled out by the members and completed by the members in time for the backup for the first meeting in January. And that's my recommendation to this board. That's the timeline that I envision this board using going forward.
So we could turn
we
it
have
in.
November and December with holidays and one meeting each in those months. So I am concerned about timelines.
And Mr. Chair, if I may make a suggestion, less a legal suggestion than just maybe something that to use for efficiency going forward. If you do decide to compile thoughts or use Mr. Kobarger to compile your thoughts in time for the next board meeting, may I suggest that the board adopt at least the form so that everyone is using the same basis for making edits going forward. I think that would make Mr. Kobarger's job easier, and based on what Dr. Waters has recommended, using what I'll call Form 1, which is the form that I'm holding up right now as being the basis for any editing.
So you're actually saying format, not form, right?
Yeah.
Choose a format.
That's right, format or, well, this form. So.
I concur with that because I found that very easy to deal with in the past.
And with, of course, Dr. Waters' edits of adding a line or column for not applicable NA, and also adding in the language from, which I believe is number 2, regarding the meaning of 1 through 5.
And his definitions.
And the definitions, yes.
I have a further question of legal, if it's okay with Mr. Chair.
Please.
Actually, then, with your timeline, we could, if we turned it in by the end of the year, we'd be fine on that. Because, or maybe the 15th of December, and that'll give staff plenty of time to put it together, and almost a month.
Chair, through you to Ms. Parker. Yes, Ms. Parker, I think that's roughly correct. We'd have to do the calculations based on when the first meeting of January is, count back, just make sure that the board members submit the completed form to the town offices for inclusion and in the backup, so that they may be received by the board.
So if we pick the date like December 15th, or I'm not sure what day of the week it is, but I'll have to check, but that would take care of vacations, holidays, they'd still have plenty of time through there to get it done.
Somewhere in that time frame, yes, Ms. Parker.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that's the timeline I outlined. Exactly.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion based on everything I heard. Oh, I'll hold off for that.
I just have a quick comment, Mr. Chair. And that's the fact that when Ms. Endersby was talking about the timeline, I think that's exactly where most of us are looking at. But I wanted to read this just because the timeline is important. In the town manager's agreement, if the evaluation is not completed by January 31st, the employee will automatically receive a passing evaluation and receive a raise. So we just want to make sure that we understand the timeline. And we need to make sure the timeline, which is exactly what our attorney has already told us about, Ms. Endersby has talked about. So it is important that we follow the timeline to make sure that we're done. We don't have a lot of time because we only have one meeting in November and December. So we don't have a lot of time, but, and again, we need to make sure that we have all the information and get it in time for the backup for that meeting in January. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Colgan.
Before I make a motion, I'd like to ask a question to staff and legal. And that would be that, can we make an exception here? And what I'm getting at is if my motion was to say that by Monday at noon, this had to be turned in, could it still be on the next agenda? That we would vote on
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Culkin, absolutely. It's the will of the board.
You don't
And
have to
as long as it complies with the open meeting law, in which case that would, you can do, the board as a whole can vote and adopt that suggestion, yes.
All right, then I'll make a motion that the form, I think we're calling number 1, it says Town Manager Evaluation Form, be used as the boilerplate, and town board members submit their changes no later than noon Monday, and then that item will be compiled by staff and brought back on our next town board meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Colgan?
No.
Ms. Endersby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
No.
The only comment I have to make is I don't see why anybody that has been sitting on this board for the last 9 months could not sit down right now and fill out any one of these 5 forms. So timeframes are timeframes. We have 9 months' experience with Mr. Kohlberger and his abilities to perform his job duties, so I do not feel that the time is a constriction. With that, we'll open this up to public comment. Seeing nobody for public comment, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of using form number 1 as a boilerplate for the town manager's evaluation form signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All carries 5-0. Item number 14, future meetings, workshops, date, time, and location. We have a special town board meeting to review the contour report, October 3rd, 2011, 7 p.m., which has been canceled.
Correct. That has been canceled.
The other item on the agenda is the town board retreat, October 4th, 2011, from noon to 8 p.m. What is the travel time to get to Mesquite from here, please?
2 hours and 45 minutes.
2
from my
hours and
house.
45 minutes.
Well, from my house.
If
'cause
we
I'm
meet at
south.
Vicky's.
If we meet, okay. Yeah, try and be there like by 11:30. We do have a room already reserved. So they gave us a nice room. They gave us a really good rate on it, $75. Thought that was pretty good rate, because we were there on behalf of the Nevada League of Cities, and we're holding our retreat there the day, so they gave us a good rate. You have a map that I submitted, it's in front of you, on the Casablanca. And the agenda will be going out tomorrow morning. It's already been approved by legal.
I lost my
It
map.
was approved by legal today. Hey, where'd you go? Oh, there he is. Sit.
Well, you got my map.
Okay. So, has everybody got that map in front of them?
I lost mine.
Okay, well, you
I
got one.
have so many papers.
We're set and ready to go.
Very good, thank you. Any other meetings, times, places, or locations?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. On the town board retreat and the agenda, that will be posted public also, right?
Oh, no, we'll keep it a secret.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
we would like to, but
it will be
we won't.
posted tomorrow by 9 a.m., right, Samantha?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we'll move on to item number 15, staff member comments.
I only have three staff members here, Mr. Balakwi, Mr. Sullivan, and Mr. Lewis. Does anybody have any comments out of you three? No. I have no further comments. We're done.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, staff's done.
Thank you. Item number 16, town board member comments. No, you cannot speak.
Can we
Doctor,
not speak to the town manager report?
it's not on the agenda.
Well, the staff's comments is.
It's under the staff comments.
Backup for staff
Okay.
comments.
I'm still trying to find mine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under town manager report in the backup, I'd just like to get clarification from staff as to the Bob Roode Community Center and any efforts to look at brownfield grants for it through Beck.
I believe Mr. Lewis is meeting with Mrs. Christensen of Beck tomorrow. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis? Yes, it is. That is correct. Mr. Lewis is meeting with her tomorrow, and the questions will be asked. He's also asking about the roof. He's already contacted Converse about getting an asbestos report, which I believe he already has, in order to properly fill out the RFP to send out to get the roof done, ma'am. Town board.
And also on the pool, I don't need a detailed reason for the concrete cracking, but how is it going to be paid for? Are they just coming back to repair it? Or what is needed to go forward on it?
That is part of the warranty work, and they will be repairing it at no cost to the town.
Okay. And also under the R&PP lease that the BLM received back.
Yes.
What is that zoning on that land? Do you know?
Airport.
No, I believe it was open. I can't remember exactly. It's on the east side of town. It's, I believe, northeast of where the winery is at this present time, up in that area, and I don't believe that has a zoning designation, and if it does, it's probably open.
It was public facilities, I believe.
Public facilities?
Because they had it as a park or whatever.
Okay, public facilities, ma'am.
Yeah, it's up on my hiking area.
Okay.
There's nothing there but tortoises and creosote.
And Mr. Kohlbarger, staff again, business license, ordinance, and resolution, you said earlier that that was going to be completed. Do you have any timelines when we can expect that ordinance to come forward?
Hopefully, you know what, I'll give you last meeting in October. We will get it done.
Promise?
We will get it done.
And under correspondence, the State of Nevada Department of Environmental Protection it's a code enforcement. Is that a county code enforcement that needed to go forward with the county, or is the town doing code enforcement on that?
Are you talking about the notice that we got back? That was, wait a minute, let me get to it. Yeah, that was, okay, that was filed by a citizen, and they came out, NDEP came out and designated, or did the investigation and found that Wolfenstein Construction was violating the air pollution controls and therefore issued them a citation.
But my question is that a county code enforcement, or does the town?
It's a state in Nevada,
State.
ma'am.
Okay, but what, going forward, does the county oversee that?
The state.
The state, ma'am.
The state will,
Yeah,
okay.
you file a complaint with NDEP,
All right.
Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, what?
Environmental protection.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
Yes. And the Department of Water and Power letter, that wasn't a complete letter. If you look at it, it probably was sent on a front and back, and we only got 2 pages of what looked like a 3 or 4 page letter, correspondence.
We're checked.
So if that could be resubmitted for review, I'd appreciate it.
Which one are you talking about, ma'am?
The Department of Water and Power, City of Los Angeles
okay.
correspondence.
All right.
Item number 8B.
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
Thank you.
You're right. Page 2 and 4 were skipped. There's a two-sided one, yes. Good catch.
And
I'm surprised you didn't catch that, Dr. Waters.
Looking at it now.
Oh, okay.
And on that letter, I'm asking also, it was received in August, I believe was the date, August 26th, and we're just having that brought forward now?
Yes, ma'am, that was after the date of the last one in August, so it couldn't have been in my town manager's report for the last meeting in August, so I put it in the last meeting in September.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's understandable. And the last question is on the Fire and Rescue Service report, and I see that the chief was smart and went home.
No, he was up at 1 o'clock this morning, ma'am.
I know. That's why I said he was smart to go home. But the last statement on apparatus and facilities, posted specifications for 2 new ambulances. Is that detail and report going to be coming forward?
Actually, it'll be on the next town board meeting for approval to go accept one of the bids.
Thank
They
you.
opened the bids today at 10 o'clock this morning, I believe it was. They recorded it. They have, I think, 3, maybe 4 bids. And Chief Lewis and his team will be going over those bids and will be recommending to the town board at the next town board meeting to award the bids, and then we will go out and get the construction of the ambulances done and receive them.
So I certainly hope that budget item that called back $65,000 from their budget isn't going to impact their ability to get something.
Well, staff's smarter than that.
I
It's
know.
not part of that $65,000. It's
So
not going
is
to
it
the
part of the
ambulance.
capital outlay?
It's coming out of the ambulance fund, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Any other board member comments? Mr. Colton.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kohlberg, I'd like to ask you about a couple things. Number one, tomorrow morning you get to work, I was wondering if you could go on the internet and find some Detroit diesel dealers and contact information, because what I'm thinking is maybe we can find somebody that's got a new or a rebuild engine sitting in the corner, and they'd be happy to get rid of it at a good price.
I'll be glad to do that Monday morning, sir,
so we
because
could-
Wednesday
Oh,
through
that's
Friday
right,
I'm
you're
on
leaving.
vacation.
All right, well, I'll start doing that then. Okay.
All right.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the email you had sent out about the cancellation of the Contour meeting, you know, the October 3rd meeting and everything, and then it was suggested that we'd have a one-on-one or 2 on one, but I really would like to see just, move it forward to another town board meeting, so where are we at with that?
I laid it out in the email, sir.
Okay, so.
So it's going to be a long meeting.
No, it will be submitted on the 11th for perusal. And, but
I don't mean to, I think it's getting late. I think the recommendation is that the board in a public meeting is going to hear it on the 11th.
Okay, so the presentation basically from the 3rd is now postponed to 11th. Yeah, because I want the public to hear it and participate. Okay.
And what I spoke with Contour and Mr. Darby, the chairman, about was, since it's a report and there will probably be tons of questions, we're going to request that questions be submitted to the town board and our staff in writing, and then we will respond in writing.
Okay.
And we will have Contour Entertainment respond in writing to the questions asked.
Okay. But when the meeting happens, we can still ask additional questions, right? Because someone else might ask something and opens one up to me, you know.
The board, yes, sir.
Okay.
And because we're speculating a lot of questions, we would prefer, instead of being a long night, that citizens submit questions to the town board in writing or staff, and we will then present these questions to Contour, and we will sit down and answer them in writing and then submit a report.
Okay, and at the 11th meeting, Mr. Brown will be here?
Mr. Brown and Mr. Holberg both, sir.
Great, thank you.
For whatever it's worth, we did that format with incorporation, and it worked really well. People seem to appreciate actually getting a written response to their questions, and also, if I remember correctly, we put it on the town website so everybody could read everybody's questions and answers.
Exactly, we'll do the same too, town board.
You want me to make up another form?
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Waters?
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I talked to the warden at the detention center, and he provided some information to me. I had to summarize it because I received it on my BlackBerry just before the meeting started, or I read it just before the meeting started. Detention center opened in 2010. They have a 1,072-bed facility. They hired 138 Parumpians, which was 58% of all of the people there. They are still working there. 203 reside in Pahrump, so now we have 86% residents in Pahrump. There was a question, I guess, asked some time back about uniform wear or how to identify people. They say if you can identify them, then obviously they're not doing their job because they're not permitted to wear uniforms away from the facility. But there are, again, 203 of the employees there reside in Pahrump, 86% of their employees. Also, the detention center the guards volunteered to help with the parade traffic control. But they were told by the county sheriff that they were not trained, so they could not volunteer. Just want you to be aware of that. And I also want to put in another plug for a powwow. We need to make sure that when we do our business license, PTO 35, that we try to make it easier for all of our agencies in that same situation. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we've moved on to town board member comments. Anything from you, Ms. Sendersby? Mr. Galpin? Ms. Parker?
Good night.
With that, meeting adjourned.